salary, give you a salary increase.
Matt, always getting his opinion out to the weather this week.
Got the fellow talking.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's huge. And they're telling you to go below the back.
Yes.
You're gonna have time for it in future years. Too much.
Or that, but
Or that's
four.
we need money.
What's already named it lead.
Budget.
There's another one. This game.
So I'm just trying to solve.
The city council workshop for the city of Dunnellon on September the 5th, 2023. Could we all stand for the pledge? We have a moment of silence. Amen. Okay. All right. Mandy, you want to call roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Dunn,
Here.
Vice Mayor Inskeep,
Here.
Councilperson Mendoza.
Here.
Councilman Lehman.
Here.
Michelle Leonard, Assistant Clerk. Here. Jan Smith, Finance Officer.
Here.
Chad Ward, Public Works Manager.
Here.
Kelly Wyan, Community Development.
Here.
Chief Scaglione.
Here.
Lieutenant Bray.
No.
The city attorney, Andrew Hand, is attending via Zoom. And the agenda for this meeting was posted on the city's website, City Hall Bulletin Board on Tuesday, August 29th, 2023.
Okay. A couple of things. I want to remind everybody, there's an exit behind you in case of an emergency. There's also one to your right. We will take public comments now. Please limit your public comments to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the chair. Thank you. Everybody signed up?
Hi, my name is Kathleen Goodlow. I live at 19154 St. Lawrence Drive, Dunnellon, 34432. I was here for the council meeting a few weeks ago about having the dog rescue in our neighborhood. And I wanted to see how I move forward to find out what I do to minimize it or get rid of it, or find out exactly where we stand with it, because according to everything I've looked at, including talking to Marion County, they wouldn't have even allowed it to happen. They would have tried to get a special use permit to allow that to happen. She has dangerous dogs. She's got diseased dogs. She's got 22 dogs now. I think last time I was here in the meeting, she had like maybe 20. So I just need to know, because I keep getting conflicting. When I call Marion County again, they tell me that, they're controlling the animal services, but they can't control any zoning, and so now it's back and forth. And when I read the Dunnellon ordinances, it classifies as a kennel, but because she's nonprofit, and there's a confusion there because it just says that she just doesn't have to buy a kennel license, but she has to abide by kennel rules. But so basically just nothing's really happening. I want to see how I move forward to get it into a workshop or on the council meeting, or what I need to do, because it's just growing and growing. It's just getting worse and worse. And it's a public nuisance. It's dangerous for my grandkids. It's bringing down my property value, and it's just a huge eyesore. So I just need to see what I need to do to try to get the ball rolling. I don't know what to do.
Okay. I would say we probably ought to put it in a workshop, but please bear with us. September, we've got to wrap up a budget for next year. And it's taken a lot of time to get that done. But let's put it on the October workshop and try to discuss this in more detail. I can sympathize with your problem here for sure. If she's got 20 something dogs. We need to have a good understanding of what's going on and what we can and can't do. So,
yeah, because I just hate for a child to get hurt, because the dogs are almost jumping over the fence at this point. And, we have the little league field down at the end of the road. I've got 6 grandchildren that ride their bikes around and stuff. So,
sure.
It's just, and like I said, even the property value, it's if you were to buy property around there and saw that, you would be like, no way.
Well, let's put it on the October workshop agenda, and we'll start getting into it and figure out what we need to do.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing it up.
All right. Thank you.
Kathleen, we'll work behind the scenes before that though, so we're ready. Okay,
Okay. And I'll continue to keep track of all my stuff and add to it. So.
great.
Can I just ask,
Thank you.
what did you say about you would talk to somebody else and they said that she probably should have required a special use permit?
Correct. When I called Marion County zoning, they told me that, I said, okay, if I did not live in city limits, I said, would you allow this in an R3? And they said, no. They said she would have had to have tried to apply for a special use permit in order to do that, and because according to Dunnellon, it's a B3 or B4. A kennel should be in, and we're in an R3.
Right.
So to me, it shouldn't even be allowed. Just because she's a nonprofit, it shouldn't matter, but they said that you would try to get that. And it's my understanding, special use permits, you have to, I think, go around the neighborhood, I don't know, and find out if it's okay with everybody. And anyway, and that she didn't even do. I don't even know really, what.
So one part of Marion County is telling you that it should have required a special use permit, but then when you call animal control, they say that
they're okay because they don't do anything with zoning. So there's a conflict there because they take care of our animal control, but they don't take care of our zoning. And I'm guessing, I don't know, whenever this was turned over to animal services back, whenever Dunnellon turned it over, they must not have, not given them authority to also take over the zoning portion of that. I don't know. It may be somewhere in the literature that.
I just wanted to clarify because I didn't understand what you said, but maybe it'll make it clear to us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So in October, is there a date already for that? The October workshop?
It'll be the first Monday in October.
First Monday?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Bridget Hanley.
Okay, Bridget Hanley from Rainbow Springs Art, just letting you know some of the events coming up that Rainbow Springs Art is doing. November 1st, we're having a historical building art show. We have attracted artists from as far away as Newport Richey, Miami, Homosassa, Gainesville, and the Marion Cultural Alliance. Think about that one. They are coming in to pick their idea of over 70 historical buildings in the village of Dunnellon. So they're going to come in and depict these in an art show. They don't have anything to do with the city of Dunnellon, except they think it's a really cool idea that we're depicting the history of Dunnellon through an art show. This will end on November 25th, which is our Community Art Day. This will be an interactive day for free for people to come out and try some art through live art demonstrations. We're going to have free food from the front porch. You can listen to music from our Dunnellon local Palomino Blonde. You can paint on the big mural. And maybe you'll like to buy a t-shirt and we can embellish it for you so you have your own wearable art. We have an artist in the gallery named Aaron Sorensen. And when the Dunnellon Police Department wanted a new look for their cars, we knew that Aaron was the best one to go to. She has had quite a career working in England, doing public art murals, and she worked for several years for the London Broadway Theatre. So she dedicated over 40 hours of her own time for free. And now these cars are in production. So when you see the new police cars driving around, you're going to know that Rainbow Springs Art had definitely had a hand in the new look of Dunnellon. Rainbow Springs Art is also awarding 2 $1,500 scholarships to a graduating art senior. This is open up to any graduating senior in a 50-mile radius. So we're offering 2 free workshops in October where they can come and have an artist mentor. They can also get insight on opportunities that their career is going to have or that college will have. And we will award these 2 scholarships for $1,500 each on December 15th. So it takes a year to plan an art festival, which brings in I think our biggest art festival was about 4,000 people. The workshop for the art scholarship took 9 months to plan. We are all just volunteers. So we are asking the council to consider a 3-year lease for the gallery. And it's not for our convenience, but it's for the benefit of the community. And that we keep bringing in visitors and artists into Dunnellon. We are working so hard to accomplish this. It has always been our mission statement. We need a place that you want to drive up to and park and look at the building and go, wow, I wonder what's going on in there. Let's go in and take a look. So unbeknownst to some people on the council, this is the 4th year in a row that we've asked for the building to be painted and to have some of the upgrades done. We would like to have our requests for the building improvements in 2 weeks, or at least have a draft of our lease by the next meeting if possible. And I do thank you for your attention.
Thank you. All right.
I have anyone else signed up?
Nobody else signed up? Anybody on Zoom?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody in the audience like to speak at this time? You can also speak at the end of the meeting as well. Okay. The next item on the agenda, item number 2, is board reports. Any board reports? Guess not. Dunnellon Chamber and Business Association report. Okay, Judy.
Hello, my name is Judy Terwilliger. I'm the director of the Dunnellon Chamber Business Association. We have some new members. We have Sherwin Williams and we have Soulful Southern Kitchen. We also have a long list of upcoming events, so please bear with me. September 6th is the Dunnellon Library Preschool Adventures from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And that is at 20351 Robinson Road, Dunnellon. September 9th is the Spar Building Supply Farm Swap from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at 2915 West Dunnellon Road in Dunnellon. September 12th, we have a ribbon cutting for Quality First Roofing at 11 a.m. at their Lecanto office located at 4212 West Gulf to Lake Highway. September 15th is Spar Building Supply Farm Swap again from 8 to 12. September 16th, we have the Dunnellon Duck Race at 9 a.m. at Swampy's. And the address for that is 19733 East Pennsylvania Avenue. That same day, September 16th, the Women's Club of Dunnellon is hosting their third annual mammography and wellness event from 9 to 3 at 11756 Cedar Street. September 21st to the 25th is the Vietnam Traveling Memorial Wall, and it starts at 3 p.m. on the 21st and ending on September 25th at 6 p.m. at Ernie Mills Park, which is 11899 Bostic Street. September 26th is our September dinner mixer / fundraiser for the education room at the Boys and Girls Club of Marion County, the Dunnellon branch. The address for that is 20077 Southwest 110th Street. The dinners are $20 for chamber members and $25 for non-members. And the dinner will be catered by the Boys and Girls Club. September 30th, we have a Spar Building Supply Farm Swap again from 8 to 12 at 2915 West Dunnellon Road. I think I repeated it twice, the ribbon cutting. So October 14th is the Two Rivers Music Festival and Food Truck Rally from 5 to 10 on Bostic Street and East Pennsylvania Avenue. And that's all we have right now.
Thank you, Judy. All right. Do you want to speak also on the Dunnellon Chamber Two Rivers Festival, or is that someone else?
I can speak to this, Judy.
Okay.
It's just their, permit application for their alcohol waiver
Mhm.
so that they can have their our code waived for the time that they're there from 5 to 10. And Judy, you can speak to, you're gonna have like beer gardens like you've done before.
Yes, we have 3 spots where you can get the beer. We have alcohol boundaries set up in the map that I gave to Kelly. So it's going to be contained. There's no walking around with open containers
Okay.
or anything.
All right, is this what you're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
so that's beer tent 1 is in the park. We have a beer tent over at Exit Realty and then one over at Badcock Furniture. And that's it.
Yeah, that's where you had them last year, I remember. Yeah.
Exactly.
And they're going to be contained in that area like they were.
Yes.
Okay. I'm
That's
good.
it in that area.
Got it. Got it.
And council, do you agree that we can put this on consent?
Anybody have any discussion on that? I'm good with it. You good? You good? Okay. Yeah, let's put it on consent. Okay. Okay. The next item is discussion on 9 Island Cove property. I don't know who put this on here.
We were directed by the council
Oh.
at the last meeting to add it to this month's workshop.
Okay.
Well, it's me. I can gladly start if
No, that's fine.
you know, certainly, last meeting we were voting on, Councilwoman Coverage's letter. And things were, things were a little heated and there was kind of a rapid fire discussion because it's not something that we had really been brought to the table before the letter. So the vote for the letter failed. And so I thought that it was appropriate to bring it back and just have a little bit of discussion on where we stand with it and if it was something that we would continue on with or not. So my prepared comments, I've been able to look back even a little bit further. We've gotten some other documents from public record and public meetings before. This is a project that's been voted down by the city council since 2010, with one exception in 2021 of a 3-2 vote. And in looking back, December 21st, a December meeting, when the vote was 3-2 in favor of the project, I very much supported the project at that time. And I would say that I probably even spoke publicly about it. And often I have a lot of people coming up to me saying, well, you were real supportive of this years ago. So kind of what's going on. So I just kind of want to own that today, because I think being on the other side of the curtain and having to sit through the budget and see what goes into that and understanding how the city functions, how our city staff functions, really not a full staff in as long as I can remember. And so all of those things together, in knowing what's going on in the city, did change my mind to really question if Dunnellon could support this kind of project. So I think, you know, the letter came up, and prior to that, there was no proactive measures being taken by previous councils to understand the project and what it would cost. Right now, I think we can all agree that we're struggling with Blue Run Park. Although that really was a gift that we're collaborators with the county on, it's presenting a lot of really challenging things financially, safety. It's a beautiful park, it's a beautiful gift, but it's a gift that keeps giving us something to do. The bathroom is another thing that I think that we're going to be touching on soon. So to put another park at the other end of the city without the current park under appropriate management just really seems untenable to me. We tend to look the other way often, looking for the next shiny object and the next project, whether it's wayfinding signs or ropes in the parking lot. We're looking for all these things to do, but staring right in front of us, the elephant in the room is all the blighted buildings. It's all the fire inspections that didn't happen, and the roads that aren't right, and the water management drainage system that doesn't work. So I just think that by managing what we have a shot at continuing to be a city, but taking on more than we can handle is not okay. No one who stood up to advocate for this has really shown how it fits into our budget. So the more I hear, it's not going to cost you anything, it's all money from the state, this is a no-brainer, you're making a boogeyman, like all of these statements are beginning to sound very snake oil salesman to me, because no one's really presenting any facts. So there was a lot of innuendo that, oh, between the last workshop or the last meeting and this workshop, that we should have done, you know, that maybe the council should have done the work of going to the state and getting the new application and figuring all these things out. And it's really my position that this 9 Island Cove project is, it's been here, it's not going anywhere. It's still number 18 on the list. And I said it 4 times last meeting, this council is not going to be the determining factor in that. Just because we vote no to not support and manage and fund it doesn't mean that community organizations and private citizens can't do it. There's people who own land there that can, that have the means, or if they feel so inclined to donate it, that's an option. I'm almost done. Thanks for your patience. Again, our city's not fully staffed for a long time, so I don't think that we can care for more than we already have. I did see a number of emails after the last meeting of a private citizen who was really ramping up an effort. She equated it to a pirate ship, and she seemed really excited. There was 20 people on the email on how they were going to plan to get this done to manage the park without the involvement of the city. So I definitely applaud that citizen. From a conservation standpoint, I think this is a great idea. From a city taxpayer standpoint, absolutely not. It's been said that people have sat on the council, at least 3 people, with the primary hope of getting this project passed. So I would just caution anyone who's looking at that empty seat to really join council to help the taxpayers and help the city, and not for any special interest project, because as we can see, it doesn't always work out. So we're really, this council's busy on the budget. We're busy working on roads. I'm really pushing heavy for a special magistrate. We're trying to get our police department up and running. There's a whole pile of trash and new parking lot that the city built. We got codes and zoning issues. We have a repeated resident coming back about a zoning issue with these dogs that we haven't had time to take care of. We finally put money in the budget for an RFQ for a comp plan. And these are really the things that need to be done. We don't need new projects. This project remains number 18. I hope that nonprofits and people in the community preserve this land if that's what they want to do, but I have no interest in moving on with it at this point. Thank you.
Everything Julianne just said. Thank you, Julianne. My opinion is it's admirable that the people want to preserve this property for the wildlife and the fauna. However, this is between the landowners and the state of Florida. The city of Dunnellon simply isn't needed for this to take place. Jim Gissy is proof of the pudding. He just did much of this with his property and the city was not involved in any way, shape or form. To go even further, I would like to recall the letter that was sent to the state obligating the taxpayers to fund all the items that were mentioned, to fund all the mentioned amenities, as we are still $1.5 million in debt over Greenlight. And everything Julianne said, we still need to work on and get fixed. And we simply can't burden the taxpayers with further expenditures that are contained in this letter. So I would like to have that letter recalled so somebody else can get on the list that may be able, that we may be holding them off the list because we don't have the funding. The other thing I want to remind everybody is going through the budget, I spoke about this in the last council meeting, is the taxpayers, and I kept this number small. I could definitely inflate this number if I went through different hidden costs and all that. But right now in the budget, there is $235,000 for park maintenance and improvements that the taxpayers pay for presently. To get saddled with all the stuff that we have to do and to get saddled with more expense that this letter's obligating us to, just it's not fiscally prudent. So I'm not sure what vehicle, what method we use to recall that letter or get a vote to recall that letter.
By that letter, you mean the prospectus that you talked about last meeting? That
Yes, sir.
obligated us to develop infrastructure inside the park.
Yes.
Okay, nice one.
I'm done. Thank you.
You done?
Right.
I just want to say thank you for clearing that up because I was unclear last meeting about the prospectus. And then as I've seen the paperwork, and something else was mentioned here last week at the meeting, is that somebody said something about some people were already working to buy some of the land in there before the deal got done. And my concern over that is, would that be the residential properties that somebody on the outside could then buy? And then maybe in a year, we're in here and they're wanting to change the zoning to residential to business so they can open a kayak shop or something over there. And just supposing it goes to that, then they're going to start clamoring for the roads. And Councilmember Cubbage talked about the road. I walk my dogs on that road at least once a week. We have a lot more roads in Dunnellon which need more work. That road needs to be totally scrapped, put up and redone if it's going to be a road, because there's no way it's fixable. It's a destroyed road. And I really do want to applaud the council for taking the time to look at that this way and see that it had the potential liability of a big expense for the city. It would become a Blue Run West. And I live down there and I would love to see it be a park. I would love to see the whole thing. I will do what I can to work to get it to be a park, as long as it doesn't contribute to the financial insolvency of the city and cost the people of Dunnellon money. But I want you to know I am in support of it.
I'll also echo what Julianne summarized, so I won't repeat any of that. I also was in favor of this. In fact, I won't dwell you with that, but I was that decided we ought to do this. But again, sitting on this side and realizing the financial commitments that we would have to make at Nine Island to have this work, I agree. We can't afford to do this right now. Now, saying that, at the right time in the future, and I want to make this clear, I am not voting to kill this or do away with it. I think it's something we ought to keep in the back of our mind, but I do not believe it's something that we need to take on at this time. We've got, like again, Julianne and all the other council has said, we've got a lot of issues in this town with other roads and streets, which the citizens are very patient, but very much complaining about in this town. And that's where our money needs to go at this time. So again, I'm not opposed to it. I just don't think the city needs to take it on at this time. Now, if there's a group or the landowners would like to do this, I applaud them and let them do it.
Can I just follow up to Tim's comment? I think that, word on the street is that this prospectus does not apply. And I think it's hard for us to know what's a commitment and what's not, and what was attached to the application and what's not. So I think that if there's a council discussion on recalling the prospectus, that we do a little bit of homework to figure out, is it really attached? Does it really matter? Does it impact the application itself? Because in a lot of ways, not in a lot of ways, because what I'm hearing is that maybe it doesn't. So I just think that we need to learn about what the prospectus is and what it means so that we can make a decision on how to proceed.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I agree. Because again, when I read that prospectus, it's pretty clear what the city at that time had committed to do, like the roads, like sidewalks, like boardwalks. Now, if that doesn't matter and it doesn't take into consideration whether we're approved or not, that's one thing. But if it does, then I think we need to fall it back. I agree with you, but I don't know. I mean, I've heard both sides of that being argued. So I say maybe that's who wants to take a look at that. And is that something Andrew can help us with?
I got a records request for some of the records from back when that was all done.
Right.
And I sent that out to all of you, but in reviewing that, what appeared to me is that Rainbow River Conservation prepared an application and a management prospectus. And the management prospectus was to fulfill part of the application. I guess there was a section on the application that required certain information. And if I recall correctly, there was, I think it was an email that said that this would, the prospectus would serve to fulfill number 9 of the
Right.
application requirement, something to that effect.
Right.
And when I went back and I found what I believe to be was the total application package, it included a letter of support from the city, the management prospectus signed by the mayor that accompanied the application. That is what I saw when I gathered all those records and sent them to you. So that's my interpretation of what was presented based on the records that I pulled. Now, I didn't mail it, so I can't say that I had it in my hands and I mailed it and that's everything that went. I don't know who
Right.
mailed it.
Right.
But that's what I gathered from the records that I pulled for you all.
Okay.
Right, which is what drove me. Reviewing those documents that you sent is what drove me to thinking we need to recall that letter. Because we're simply not financially able to meet those commitments. Nor do I agree with the city taxpayers at this point doing that. So can we put that on one of the workshops? Is that how we would do it?
You can, or you can have a consensus to direct staff to prepare a draft letter for your consideration. And I can, take some input from you guys on, what you want that to look like. And that can be brought back at the next workshop for you to hammer out however you see fit.
I think that's what we ought to do. And I would start with the name and address on the letter, which was signed by the mayor at that time. And reach out to them and say, can we get a copy of the full filing? Because we may have some changes to it. And write a letter to that effect, I guess. Because I'm very concerned that we're not positive as to what was included. To me, it looks like the prospectus, it looks like this letter, but I don't know what else would have gone. but I think we start with this Department of Environmental Protection, the state lands in division, and reach out to them and try to find out what exactly was in there. Is this all of it? Is there anything else? And then start with how to correct this.
So I'll request a complete copy of what was submitted
Mhm.
with the application. And I can ask them, what would be necessary to officially rescind that commitment letter. And then prepare something for you to look at
Right.
next month.
Okay, let's do that. We will at the end. Okay, we'll start there. All right. The next item is, we're done with 9 Island. We're pretty done with that. Okay. The lease agreement for Opticatel and Rainbow Springs Art backup to be provided. I assume these are the two leases for each one of these, and we saw those a couple of months ago, what the old ones look like.
Yeah, I have the RSA agreement here. It's in your council share folder. If you're logged in there, you can see it on your computer. I'll just go through the changes that were requested when we met with Rainbow Springs Art. And I think there are some changes that were incorporated in here as a result of some email correspondence. This language here, we were asked to strike this to say specifically that they would hold an art festival over a 1 to 2 day period in November, and that would just remain RSA shall continue to hold any events within the city limits for the duration of this agreement. And then the term, we weren't sure where you were going with this because 1 year has been discussed.
Mhm.
So if you were to approve this agreement effective September 13th and carry it through, because it technically does not expire until December 31st of 2023. So,
Right.
but if you renew it with the changes, you would really, I guess, be given it a year and 3 months. From the time of its approval. If you chose to go that route, from September 13th to December 31, 2024, unless you reconsider the term, that's how we address that. And then the rent is currently $525 per month. I'm sorry, $500 per month. And if we apply a 5% increase, which you have all discussed and seem to come to a consensus on, that brings it to $525. And the same term in the contract, if they pay it a year in advance, get a 10% discount. So $525, I think, comes out to $6,300 a month, less 10% is $5,670. And I made that due by December 1st, because that's actually when their current lease expires.
Okay.
And I struck the multiple year stuff there. Get down to maintenance and repairs. We were asked to define fixtures. And we may need to look at this a little bit closer. Because it just says fixtures, but fixtures aren't defined. Right now we have as lighting, fans, etc. Not sure what else we want to put in there to define fixtures. Do we want sinks? Do we want toilets? I mean, I don't know what you
Right.
consider a fixture to be. They also asked for us to change, to add electrical wiring, AC unit and ductwork and breaker box. The exterior of the building. And I think that was it.
Go back to this AC and ductwork. What are we doing? I didn't remember that.
So the city will maintain the exterior of the building on which the property is located and all other improvements of the property for which RSA is not responsible for maintaining, including but not limited to pipes, doors, electrical wiring, AC unit and ductwork, breaker box.
Okay, that's maintaining.
That would be additional defined responsibilities of the city.
Okay.
I know that they've also asked, it's not in here, but that the light switch in the
Right.
interior of the building be relocated,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that really necessarily needs to be written into the contract. That would just be something that council would need to approve, an expense you would need to approve.
Right. Okay. I'm good with this. The only thing that bothers me about a 3-year, and I understand why they would want a 3-year, but if we're going to take a hard look at all the property owned by the city and we may sell that, we may not own it in 3 years. And I don't know if we sign a lease for 3 years and we sell the building, does the lease stay in place? I have no idea. I don't know if anybody else does.
My issue with the 3-year lease is that building's aging. At some point, we're probably gonna be looking at roof, AC units now mentioned. What I was looking for now was the Optitel contract
Mhm.
to see if they had already had the air conditioning in their contract that they were responsible for anyways.
They are,
Okay, so then it doesn't,
it doesn't really apply.
right, so it doesn't apply into this one.
Unless for some reason Optical Tail were to move out of the building, then we would have to figure that out, but. See. So here's the Optical Tail agreement. For 1 year. The same. And. I've got to work this. I'm sorry, I don't have the figures worked in here, but we also applied a 5% increase to that, but I don't have it marked up. Utilities, Optical Tail shall pay for all expenses. Water, sewer, electric, stormwater. Taxes, my apologies. Repair and care. Exterior lights, maintain repairs, SO the grounds. Fire alarm. This is all maintenance by the city. There haven't been any changes requested for that. Optical, let's see. Optical Tail shall be responsible for the maintenance, repair, and replacement of all interior components and elements of the electrical system of the premises. All interior components and elements of the plumbing system of the premises. Maintain, repair, and replace as necessary burglar fire alarm systems. All interior and exterior components, elements of ducts of the heating and central air conditioning equipment, ventilation system, and replace necessary controls, air handlers, and compressors.
Right, so all that's covered under Optitel's agreement,
Mhm.
so it's really not relevant to RSA.
Right. So,
You know, the other issue that's kind of risky is if at any point where Optitel decides to pull out, then we're going to be running that building at a deficit. That's my other cost. That's my other worry about going for a 3-year and staying into this business with this particular building. One lease is to be financially solvent. One lease is pretty much dependent upon the other.
right, I mean, Optical Tail right now pays all of the utilities, the
Right,
lights. the
exactly,
Utilities, the
exactly.
water, sewer. And appears that if there were an issue with the air conditioning unit, they would be completely responsible for that as
Right.
well.
Right.
And I'm not sure what breaker box. I mean, I just think breaker box is inclusive of electrical.
Correct.
And I don't know if Chad has any input on the fixtures as defined, if there are any other things that you feel like should be included in that, considering you've been over there doing work and stuff.
Council? Mandy, is the volume okay?
Yes, Andrew.
That's something I can help you on with a couple of things that I've heard. Fixtures are typically not defined in a lease or a use agreement. This is actually a use agreement when dealing with the RSA agreement. It's anything that's attached, anything that is attached to the property. So, you know, all of those things that Mandy mentioned, like fans, like toilets, so forth.
Andrew,
would
can
be
you speak
considered-
up just a little bit?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
A little bit.
Okay, I'll try to speak as loudly as I can. Fixtures are going to be anything that is attached to the premises. So typically when you look at use agreements and leases, fixtures are not defined. That being said, certainly the city can pick out and you can define fixtures, but really anything that is attached to the building as a term of art is considered a fixture. In addition, when there is a lease or use agreement on a property, it does run to the end of term, regardless of whether the property is sold or not. And so if there was a lease, whether it be, you know, the Optical Tel lease or the RSA use agreement, and that lease or use agreement was in effect at the time the property was sold, it would continue to run, and the city would be selling the property subject to that lease or use agreement.
Okay, so with that said, we'll strike out the fixtures, the whole fixture, everything in red. It doesn't sound like it's needed. Electric down below where in the red, electrical wiring, AC unit and all that. Strike all that out because it's covered on the Optitel side.
Well, council, I don't have a copy of the contracts in front of me, but I would say that the fixtures, most likely the way it's drafted, are going to require maintenance or that they don't remove fixtures. Or if so, for instance, if you had how a typical commercial lease works, if you have a tenant in a building, let's just say a retail shop, and they install sinks, since that came up, or you know, like a bar area with sinks and that sort of thing. When the lease term ended, that would become the property of the property owner because it's attached to the structure. So just important to point out. I don't recall, maybe if you read or if you send me, I can look at the fixtures, Mandy, the exact provisions in there if they need interpretation. But I do recall having them in there that it was a significant provision.
Andrew, the way it reads right now under maintenance and repairs, it says RSA shall be responsible for maintaining the interior ceiling, walls, floor, and fixtures of the property.
Right. So in this case, council, if a toilet broke on site, then RSA would be responsible for repairing or replacing the toilet. If a ceiling fan broke, then they would be responsible for repairing or replacing the ceiling fan. Anything that is a fixture. If that is cut, then if a toilet's broken, then the city would be responsible for repairing the toilet.
Right. The only thing I'm talking about removing is what's in red. I know. Andrew.
Yes. What the council is talking about is what was added, Andrew, to start the process of defining fixtures. I think based on what you're saying, at least Vice Mayor Inskeep, is saying just remove that, just don't touch that, at all. And
Understood. I just don't have a copy to look at.
yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
And remove this because it's covered under the optical tail lease.
It's my opinion.
Yeah. I agree because the two leases, although separate, one helps support the other. And if we have the Optitel lease is only for 1 year, unless they agree to go for 3, I don't want to see us get stuck with it. I'm like you. That's just my thought.
Well, I'm a big supporter of the RSA, and I think that this year we're looking at a budget surplus, and we've still managed to make our police force well paid. And we've managed to take care of a lot of other things. And for the overall expense for what RSA does bring to downtown Dunnellon to lose it, my question is, could we put a stipulation in it? Give them and I also respect the fact that they're willing to paint the building if we supply the paint, and that would they be willing to put in there that if to get a 3-year lease, that if Optical Tel does opt out, that then we have the ability to opt out also, so we're not stranded with a building. So that we can give them a sense of permanency, but at the same time, if Optical Tel changes, that then we have other avenues open rather than being stuck into something for 3 years.
Okay, Andrew.
Andrew, did you hear that?
I did. I do believe that the agreements run parallel in time, do they not?
Yes.
They do.
So I think if the term is selected, well, I suppose this doesn't expire until December, but has Optical Tel not indicated whether they wish to release?
They have not.
It simply may be a bit premature to sign and negotiate a lease until we are a little bit closer, because I think that what was triggered here was just a provision within the agreements that require discussion to commence, but not that anything be this far in advance. Isn't that right, Mandy?
It can be, or we can wait until December when the term of the contract expires. But for the budgeting purposes, we wanted to, sort of make sure that everybody was okay with the 5% increase, because that's what we have budgeted for next year.
I see. I mean, these agreements, we can basically craft them in whichever way the parties would agree to. But if we're signing a lease right now that allows the lease essentially not to, to be terminated really in December or January when the other one expires, I don't know if that really gets us where we need to be either.
I just don't think we belong in the rent business myself. And the other issue that I have, and I appreciate Rex, your thought on the RSA, but we just passed a resolution for nonprofits that this council is not going to decide which tax dollars go to what entity. And to me, this is in the very exact same boat. So I come in, I want there to be a health club there. I want there to be a nutrition shop there where we bring kids in and we teach them how to eat right, exercise right, and do all that. And if somebody else is getting subsidized, I want subsidized also. And we just killed that whole thing with a resolution with other nonprofits coming in. You hate saying no to everybody, but it's not our money, it's the tax dollars, and everybody has a different want. And we can't satisfy everybody's wants. So to pick and choose, I just don't think, it just goes against my grain anyways. So if we can rent this thing and we can rent this building to both entities for 1 year till we get a handle on what it would be to sell it, get out of the rent business, because we're going to be looking at a roof coming at us sometime soon here in the next few years for sure. That's not worked into these numbers, et cetera, et cetera. And like we just spoke about with the park, we got so much stuff that we got to do to be taken on. And same thing, the maintenance folks, they get calls nonstop about this building. We need this, we want this.
Right.
We need them working on our stuff, and we're not.
All right. I think what we need to do is extend both of them for 1 year and just go forward. And like I say, we're trying to figure out, do we want to stay in the rent business anyway?
Right.
And do it 1 year. And then if we end up staying in it and deciding that's what we want to do, then we'll go a longer lease if both parties want to do that. If we don't, we'll end up selling the building anyway. That's what my thought is. So I'd say we go forward with a 1 year lease.
So do you want to hold off on executing the new agreements until December when the current agreement expires for a 1 year from December to December? Because right now, you don't have to do anything right now,
Right.
but we wanted to make sure everybody.
No.
was
I get
comfortable
that.
with the 5%,
Right.
and we can work it out where, RSA hasn't really come back and said they don't support it. They would support it,
Well, maybe what we ought to do is draft both lease agreements for December and send them out in draft and say, is this acceptable if we hold off and do this in December?
Okay.
No,
So finalize the drafts, get them out and let
Right.
them know that this is what we're proposing for December.
Right.
Got, and we're not going to wait till December to send them out. We'll send those
No.
out right away.
No, send them
Gotcha.
out right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get them.
That way everybody kind of knows. And if there's a problem, say with Optitel even,
Right.
we know there's a problem. All right, what are we going to do?
Right. Because
Let's
that
get it
becomes
out.
like when the rent's due and everything
Right.
like that. So,
Right.
all right, so we'll get up and make sure everything is good with Andrew, run them by him
Mm-hmm.
and get them out this month for renewal in December.
Okay. We good with that now? All right. Kelly, I think you're up. I've got to step out for a minute, but I'll be right back. Go ahead.
All right, each of you has in front of you a revised CRA exterior improvement grant policy. The intention is to open up the grants to the entire CRA district, not just historic board. I realize you're probably seeing this for the first time, so we can talk about it at next month's meeting. My points that I would like some feedback on are squared off in red throughout the document. And just for clarity, under eligibility requirements, no prior grant award for property owner of subject address. Historic board kind of doesn't really have a problem if we're, issuing eligible grant money to the same applicant more than once, as long as money is available. So I'm putting that back on y'all. It's ultimately your decision.
Could you explain that? I'm not sure I followed.
Okay, so currently, if a person, say you have applied for grant money and you received it,
Mhm.
you cannot apply again.
Mhm.
So historic board posed the question, why not? What is the problem if if we have money left over? Or maybe even structure it to where if the person is requesting a second grant, you push it to the end of the year, see how much money is left. And, There's various ways you can
Sure,
work it.
okay, I got you.
Kelly, can you clarify? Are you talking about a second grant on the same property?
Correct, correct.
Okay.
We don't do that currently. But the question was posed, why not? So I'm relaying it. And we can discuss all these points at next month's meeting when you've had a chance to kind of absorb it.
One of the things I would like to point out too is when this was opened up years ago, I think it initially started as just a CRA grant to cover the CRA district. And from what I've been told, the historic board wanted a separate policy that was applicable just to properties in the historic district. So we've had two separate grant policies, and they don't mirror one another completely. One provided for, I don't know, like a certain $25,000 limit or
Yes.
something like that, and then we had the other which was $5, but $5,000. But I still haven't really wrapped my head around it and understood why the whole thing had to be split out to begin, and that they weren't the same throughout. Can you speak to that, Dan?
I
Because
can.
I don't understand it.
I can. At the time, the city manager discussed with me, the historic board wanted to be able to give grants to properties in the historic district. And I was directed to every quarter, if the monies were available, to set aside $1,000 strictly for the historic board grants. And that way the historic boards had a little bit of autonomy in being able to provide funding. That's really how that all started. It was never really supposed to be completely separate, but it was just to give the historic board a little more authority to award funds. It was never used. It was just always commingled with CRA grant money, their little reserve that was established. And I just liquidated it a few years back. I want to say there was only about $12,000 in there because, again, it was $1,000 every quarter I was setting aside. And it was just commingled with the pot of money. And the historic board can award grants, at their meeting for the historic district, or you all as the CRA board can spread it out to the rest of the city. But that's the reason for the two separate policies, because there just wasn't that large sum of money, the 25,000 that we had set aside for the historic board. It wasn't available. So theirs were in smaller increments.
Is probably not gonna like, is the historic, I'm guessing the historic board the historic district is all in the CRA district?
It is, but the CRA district is spread out through the city. It is not only the historic district.
Right, yeah. No,
So opening this up, making one policy where the historic board can discuss, grants for their area because of the specific requirements with colors, with materials, whatever the requirements of the historic district are.
okay,
And you, as the CRA board, would probably discuss the rest of the city, or you could discuss the entire city and the historic board just have some input into it. But it could be, with this policy, what I read in this policy, it opens up to larger grants, historic district, that the historic board could still discuss. Only a larger dollar amount could be awarded.
can the historic district get historic CRA dollars and get regular CRA dollars for the same property?
There's no difference.
Mm-mm.
It's all from the same pot of money.
Yeah, it's if you have a policy that maxes out, like this one does it, $25,000.
Right,
That's it. Whether you're in the historic district or not in the historic district, 25,000 is maxed.
okay, and we presently have a $5,000 cap on it.
That was done as a way to spur interest. The cap was, I don't want to say it's artificial, but it was not in a policy. So council approved that because Georgina was trying to get more people,
Mhm.
let's spread it out and just do $5,000 increments.
I guess where I'm lost is we got the $1,000, we got the $5,000.
$1,000 is no longer.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool.
That reserve has been liquidated.
So the historic board can make a decision to do whatever improvement on something in the historic district. And that doesn't have to go through the CRA board?
It
That,
does. It still has to be
It still
approved by the
has
CRA
Okay,
board.
gotcha.
I know that some of the CRAs that we've been approving are all in historic district, they're $5,000.
right, and that's because of what was implemented
Right.
this current fiscal year.
Okay,
So that was still kind of in place, but come October 1, you all can change that and say, okay, we're opening it up to the city, maybe keep the $5,000 increments if that's what you prefer. You adopt this policy by October 1, and I see unless you change it, no single grant exceeding $25,000. So it's entirely up to your discretion how you want to handle the awarding of grants and the dollar amounts.
So I'm hearing that we can get rid of the two separate application processes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what,
Okay.
and that makes things cleaner.
Mhm,
I think it would, yeah.
cool.
much.
That, gotcha. That's what-
And the specifics that the historic board is looking at, when we talk about paint colors and materials, I don't think it's really that technical. Like, I think there's, anyway, I like the idea of the 5,000 and the option to talk about something bigger, but I think, the way it's working right now is pretty good if we open it up to both historic and general CRA, it could be helpful.
And this policy reads up to 25,000.
Fine.
So somebody could come in for a $1,200 grant.
Mhm.
It's 25,000 is the max.
Yeah.
It's not the minimum. Because somebody has to put out 25 before they get reimbursed.
Right.
And that's a large sum of
Sure,
money.
that's the tough
So
part.
this is still, you gotta spend it to get it.
Absolutely.
Got it.
And there'll be a good stopgap for us to the CRA board to see the project before approving it. So if somebody's gonna do a $20,000 project, we'd really,
You never want to advance funds.
I do have a question on a little different track. If for some reason we did get a storm, and there was substantial damage, could homeowners then say, I'm rebuilding my house, I've got to replace the siding or the windows, and then come in and then apply for the $5,000 to fix their house?
I think if that was the case, we would want to somehow
No.
ensure that insurance.
It's a stipulation in here.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, if
Okay.
it's work that is reimbursable by their insurance company, then it's not eligible.
But I'm just bringing that up because I think I've got a $20,000 deductible. So if somebody came up and said, can I do this so that I've got a $15,000 deductible and I've got 30,000 in damage, anyway, I'm just bringing it up.
I would think that's council's discretion if you
Mm.
want to do that.
Yeah.
We would really need proof that that's what the monies were going towards.
Right.
That they paid the contractor that deductible,
Okay,
if that's something.
yeah, okay, I'm just bringing it up because
Good point.
it's food for thought.
So just to be clear, so we have some direction. Right now, Dan, what you're saying is in there, it's up to 25,000 and that's a match.
Yes.
That's a match. So right now, the way you've been administering this grant is it's up to $5,000, period. It's not a match. We just give them $5,000. They have to spend it.
Mhm.
And then we reimburse them. So I don't know your consensus. Do you want to keep it like that? Max it at 5, where they spend 5, up to 5, we reimburse up to 5, or do you want to open it up to a match up to a $25,000 reimbursement? Or another amount,
And
10,000,
when
15,000?
I rewrote this, I did not write it as a batch. It is still the same. It should, in my head, be the same process, reimbursable expenses up to 25,000.
Yes, Jan.
I agree with Kelly because you'd have to have a very profitable business
Yeah,
to spend $50,000
yeah.
on rehabbing the structure to be able to get 25 back.
And I think you would want to take the money and spread it out more.
Yeah.
Right,
There's a lot.
right.
The CRA district is very large. I mean, considering the size of our city. And if you could spread it out among more people with what available funds you have, I think 25,000 is a lot.
Yeah, same here. I like the 5,000 cap.
How much money's in the CRA fund? It's pretty significant. Isn't it?
Oh, it is.
I mean, I know we're working on budget.
Oh, this is my estimate.
That's fine.
You'll probably start the year off at about $1 million
That's
or more.
That's
Okay,
what-
I'm just, I prepared the estimate for you for reserves, but this is as of September 30. So my estimate starting out CRA is $795,000. That's before new money
Right,
coming in.
right.
So it's healthy to a point,
Mhm.
depending on what else you're gonna do with it. But you can go, you can keep your policy. You can adopt your policy with a $25,000 max and then just make a decision that for the next year, you only want to do this in $5,000 increments, like you did this year.
I think what we need is some direction on how they want the policy to read, so Kelly can make those updates and bring it back to them in October.
Okay.
So,
I hear what y'all are saying about 25,000. I have two concerns. One, we're not spending it. We don't have enough people applying for the 5,000, in my opinion. I wish we had more. I don't know whether we'll have any more. We go to 10 or 15 or 20. I mean, they're just not that many. And that number in that CRA fund just keeps growing and growing and growing.
The anticipation is because the other part of the CRA district that have been included since
Right.
I've been here, it's commercial. So,
Right.
and there are a lot of structures in need of some loving care. So we were hoping,
Oh, I
They
definitely
would
want to
get to
open it up to the rest of the
afford it.
CRA district.
Yeah.
I don't want to just leave it in the historic.
right.
But again, some of those buildings you're talking about, are the ones I think $5,000 wouldn't even paint them or much less fix them.
Exactly.
And again, the people have got to spend the money.
Mhm.
I would just add, Wally, that I know you said that there's not a whole lot of people after them, but I think that for historically in the city, there were years where no one was. And this time around, we have really pounded the pavement to
Right.
deliver them to people. And so I think that it's picking up momentum, if anything. And
Okay.
as we open it up, I think that we should see equal or more takers.
Kelly makes a really good point, though. When you start moving it over to the East Penn area and you've got commercial businesses over there,
They're going to have the money.
they're gonna have the money to do it. And you might want to say, I don't know if
Residential
If
X
you can
amount, commercial.
differentiate residential and commercial and
Mhm.
say if it's a
Good
commercial
idea.
property, you could, be eligible for up to, 10 or 15. If it's commercial, it's, residential, it's 5. And, if we just have some, Kelly can update it and leave some of that, sort of
Okay.
up for discussion next month, but at least we'll have a pretty clean draft of where we feel like you're going with this.
Okay.
And that's how it's broken out in the budget, just two separate line items. One's commercial, one's labeled residential.
Okay.
I think that's a good direction,
Yep.
making one amount for residential and one for commercial.
Yeah.
And once you read this and sit on it and start driving through, you're going to start coming up with ideas for it.
Oh,
I
let's
guarantee you.
get something drafted and keep going.
All right.
Let me ask something else on this CRA. And it's not this payment policy. If we want to help build a better plan for the city as a whole, can that come out of the CRA funds?
Such as comp plan
Comp
development
plan is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And if it,
Not
can't-
comp plan.
comp plan can't,
or code,
Uh-uh. Nope.
nothing,
Nope.
capital only, capital
Capital, yep.
improvements,
what'd you just say?
capital improvements only for
Projects.
CR.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
a comp plan, as far as I know,
okay,
things like that, because it's basically a city responsibility. And
Right.
CRA does not cover city buildings or,
Okay.
or like,
Okay. Just a question I had. Got it. Okay. Do you have some direction?
But painting is not a capital improvement.
no, but you're improving. The purpose of CRA is to make improvements to increase the property value.
So aesthetics.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Hmm.
We got
Even though
some-
code would improve the property,
Right, it doesn't,
No, it
yeah.
doesn't qualify. That's really an administrative function.
All right, so have we got enough direction for you now to go forward?
Okay, so monetary award structure, biggest thing. You want to separate commercial and residential, so the cap being 5,000 for residential. And do you have a cap in mind for commercial?
I'd say more. I'd say 10 or 15, but that's just me.
I would agree to that because if we talked to Chad and if Chad said, hey, I wanted to paint the front of the building, just like the RSA building. What was the estimate you got for painting the RSA building?
6,500.
65, yep.
6,500. So
Yeah.
I would say 10, because anything that's, I build anything that gets like that, it gets expensive fast. So.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and the point about allowing an applicant to apply more than once per property. So
Per
if you,
property, so
yes,
I'm okay
per
with it.
property.
Yeah, I don't want the same property keep coming up.
Okay,
And would that be during the fiscal year or forever?
it's forever currently.
Could we put a limit on it, say like 3? Because I'm sure somebody will out there and say, hey, you know what, I can get 5,000 a year, you know, and it just,
What if
So-
what if you did it by owner?
By
Same
owner?
property, but say a house sells
Mm-hmm.
and a new owner wants to put on a porch.
Right.
Brand new owner. That can be verified.
Right,
It's just a thought.
right.
And that's how I have it written for the first bullet right now. It's gonna have to be about a verification of both. You know.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it needs, I get you, because if you have two residents in the same property, different names, you know, there's gonna have to be a verification both ways.
Right.
Okay. Page 2. All right, I know y'all currently meet quarterly, February, May, August, November.
Mhm.
So is that what you want to stick to?
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
The only way they're gonna get financial updates is if we follow that schedule.
Financial
Mhm.
updates, okay.
Well, I mean, they would still
So-
meet quarterly, but we may have to, I guess what Kelly's getting at is we may have to have additional
Sure.
meetings to get these grants approved by the CRA board.
But I at least
So,
have
I
to.
mean, we publish your quarterly schedule according to what you're required to do
Mm-hmm.
to meet your CRA board statutory requirements and whatnot. So you have to meet once every quarter. But the way it's been cycling, we found that it's a little bit problematic sometimes when we got these grants coming in. They get approved by the historic board, but we can't.
After. Yeah.
Yeah, and we reimburse them until your next quarterly meeting. So if at the beginning of the,
I don't have a problem meeting more often than that. I mean, the meetings aren't that long.
no,
I mean, really, whether we met once a month or every other month or, but I agree with you, the financials won't match, but
Can we add a CRA meeting to a council meeting as needed?
Thank you.
so let's keep it on a quarter. And if we got a bunch of them backed up, let's just add it to the next meeting, and go on.
Okay. And do y'all wish to approve reimbursement request for historic district properties? You currently do not. You approve the initial request, you know, verifying that the work is eligible. You're going to be approving the reimbursement request for the rest of the CRA district, but
Mhm.
are you okay with historic board having sole authorization over authorizing reimbursements.
I'd like to keep it consistent.
I don't like it that way. I think the CRA board should approve all
agree.
reimbursements.
I agree.
Legally, the CRA board needs to approve all reimbursements.
Yeah,
Right, right. So let's change that.
and they have, Andrew, the way it's been working in the past is they approve the request, but it hasn't come back to them to approve the actual reimbursement, and that's what I don't like.
Yes, it should come back to the CRA board for final decision making.
Yes. And I think the role of the historic board would then be just to say that when somebody applies for a grant in the historic district, that it meets the requirements, it meets the colors, it meets everything that the historic board oversees, and not
Yes, ma'am.
necessarily approving the grant requests, but just verifying that they, the changes that they're and updating or whatever. Just no different than anybody else that comes for a certificate of occupancy before the historic board.
Mhm.
They still would have that role, but I don't think it's necessary that they are still in the process of approving eligible grants. I think that should be at the sole discretion of the CRA board because it's CRA money.
Right.
Essentially, yes, the, excuse me, the historic board would just be signing off on the historic criteria.
Right. And we keep it consistent, one policy
Mhm.
throughout the
For
CRA.
everything.
And on the last, okay, so we'll wrap that section up. So historic board approves grant request and reimbursement requests for historic, but they also come to CRA for approval on both ends as well.
Right.
Up front and at the end.
Mhm.
Right, but I think where we're going is the historic board is coming out of the grant approval process altogether and just
Okay.
looking at those things as if they were looking at any other review of anything being done to
Is this work eligible for the grant money? Essentially is what they're looking at.
yeah, and does the design meet their
Mhm.
requirements and sort of that
Okay.
sort of thing.
And on the last page, does CRA wish to have applicants present for reimbursement requests? We request applicants currently that they be there totally for the grant request hearing. But for the reimbursement part, if, they just send in the photos and all the documentation that the board has to be able to make a decision about the reimbursement, we don't really require them to be at the meeting.
Is there a downside to not having them here?
If you had questions about the project, that's the
But-
only time
Okay, but at that point, the project
is done.
is done. And there's already proof that, somebody like you is supplying us proof that it is done accordingly.
Correct.
By the books.
Yep, you get that documentation a week ahead when we publish the agenda, or when the
Right.
agenda is published, you'll
Okay.
get the backup.
I guess myself, I don't see a need for it.
I don't either. I think the questions would really come at the beginning. And then once we got proof and pictures, we don't really need it. I don't, right?
Okay. And just one other food for thought, under eligible improvements on page 1, tree removal was in there, and there was some internal discussion that it maybe should not be. And when I proposed that to historic board, they felt like, tree removal is costly. It really does change the appearance for the better if you get rid of a unsightly tree. So they would like to keep tree removal, but we're deferring to y'all. If it's visible, from the road.
Does
Seems like that.
Does that include, I'll use the tree that we have a problem with right now, the one, on 40 in the historic district there? So could CRA funds be, I mean, presently CRA funds could be used to remove that tree
Yes,
up to $5,000.
yes.
The only other alternative is, ad valorem taxes are paying to remove trees right now. So if
Wait a minute,
CRA,
wait a minute. The city, if the city is removing trees, we should not be using CRA funds to do that. If it's on a property, and a property owner has a tree they want to remove, that's where the grant funds would be.
right,
applicable.
yeah, what I'm saying right now is I'm using this particular tree as an example. It's in a right of way.
That's our,
That would-
our expense, not CRA's.
That tree would never be eligible for a grant because it's on city property, right?
Yes.
It's on our property.
But if it's a homeowner,
If it's on a homeowner's, a
Yes.
privately owned parcel, absolutely, tree removal is allowed at this particular time. Right away is the city.
Right of ways are owned by the city or this,
Mhm. Right away is owned by.
I
the
know
city.
Chad and I were having a conversation about
Hey.
who should be paying to remove trees from the right of ways, because we got hit up with like 4 of them this year and it got expensive real quick.
The proven stuff says the person's responsibility for maintaining that property. Means they maintain it as if a tree removed, it's theirs, or
That
the
may-
city.
And that's what, right,
We
that's
may-
what's driving me to the question. If our code says they're responsible for maintaining the right of way,
We may need Andrew to interpret that.
okay,
We do need that section of the code interpreted.
gotcha. But it's okay, so right now removing a tree is in the CRA or it's not in the CRA?
It is,
I guess
If
my,
it's on private property.
correct, correct.
and we'll pull the string, we'll pull the thread on what right of way means and doesn't mean as far as who's,
We need definitions.
Yeah,
And we've looked at this before, and if I recall, I don't think the intent of the code was to require property owners to move, or have to remove trees right away. And that's why we've removed them, but we can't use CRA dollars to remove them. So if it's on private property and someone applies for a grant to remove the unsightly tree to improve their property, then CRA grant money can be used by the private property owner, but the city can't go out and use CRA money to remove a tree in a right of way.
okay, so that particular property owner where this tree is I'm talking about would have to come in, apply for a grant, that whole thing, spend the money first, then get gotcha. Okay,
if they are in fact responsible for the right. of way.
correct, all right. Already take us down that rabbit hole. So I guess leave it in or not leave it in. Do you have a recommendation, Kelly?
It's the same as paint to me. It's improving the look of the exterior. So I would recommend leaving it in.
I have a question. Could a homeowner get a grant for a tree that they feel should be removed because of the proximity to it possibly falling down in a storm on top of the house?
But that request would come through the permit and then there would have to be a determination.
Yeah, I think any kind of tree removal, you'd have to meet the requirements of the tree code before you'd be eligible. You can't just apply for a grant to take down a perfectly healthy tree.
Right.
Okay,
It'd
okay,
have to pass the test for tree removal
I got you.
first.
Okay.
Mhm.
Guess I don't see a downside of leaving it in. It's,
I don't either.
you've been beating your doors down to remove trees, Kelly.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, there's a lot of tree removal apps.
No kidding.
Mhm. All right, I think that's all I had on that.
I just want to circle back real quick before we get off of this to the very beginning. Your question was about using CRA funds and the comprehensive plan came up and it was that, no, that can't be used. But as far as, and we said that CRA needs to be used for capital projects, but redevelopment planning, surveys, those kinds of things in the CRA district are amenable. So if we get the
Yes.
comprehensive plan done and we have redevelopment planning or some kind of study or survey that we need to do to determine the best project in the CRA, those are things that we can spend. the money.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Good. Thanks.
because it's all in rehabilitating the CRA. If you have a plan to move sidewalks further out of the way, that might be a use because it's part of the redevelopment planning.
Okay,
Right, or getting a study to see what that's gonna
Yes.
look like, or knocking buildings down.
Yes.
All of those things are CRA
Gotcha.
options.
okay.
And if you have any questions between now and October or any comments you want added, just shoot me an email and I'll throw it in there.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Kelly.
Kelly.
All right, Kelly. Okay. Policy discussion, payment in lieu of health insurance election.
Okay, so I was asked to look into this a couple months ago. And if you recall this email I sent to you, regarding the responses I received back from several cities.
Mhm.
And this was pretty I mean, I only got back 4, but they all were right there in the same range. And where if an employee has other coverage, and this is how these operate, these plans. If an employee has other coverage, either through a retirement plan, a spouse, or a Veterans Administration, if they are eligible for health insurance and they waive that coverage, the city then gives them like a monthly or weekly stipend. And with the goal being to, fund any premiums that their other insurance may be costing them. But it's the max that I've found was $2,600 a year. So that's kind of where we start this. And then as I did some additional research, I reached out to our benefits administrator, and I sent you a response from them in the form of a memorandum. How did I get out of that darn file? And email that to you, and I'll just review that email and we can talk about their responses. But basically what came out of it as a recommendation was it should only be eligible for those that can prove that they have other health insurance for a number of reasons. And it shouldn't be so much of an incentive that if employees would rather just have that money in their paycheck than be covered by health insurance in the event that they get sick or injured, that they would choose that over electing coverage. So did all of you have a chance to review this?
Mhm.
So, and you all had a chance to review the memorandum
Mhm.
from the benefits administrator. So, my recommendation would be I would cap it at 2,600, and I would require anyone that wants to participate to prove that they have other health insurance. That is just my opinion based on the information that I've gathered, but it is entirely up to you how you want to see this work.
Okay.
Jan, what do we have in the budget? I'm trying to scroll through here and find it.
$5,000
That's
for
what-
each employee,
We have,
$10,000. 5,000 is the health incentive that I was told to put in. the
right,
budget.
right, and that's gotcha. Okay, and the recommendation, and I know
And and Mandy's recommending it drop down to 2,600.
that dropped down to 26, and then and she's also recommending, and I agree, that we budget the entire amount
Yes,
in case somebody,
if someone leaves.
Right.
something changes, someone leaves or somebody does that. Is, the entire amount captured somewhere else, or right now it's just
Not-
presently to
Not
5?
now, it isn't. So I would be adding, and I'm just ballparking.
I'm with
this,
you.
About an additional $11,000 into the budget. We got 10 in there now,
Mhm.
and we really need 2,200. So I'd have to make up the difference. So the employees that are eligible would be paid out of that larger pot,
But Tim is not.
but it would still be available if they leave the city for us to insure somebody else. We still could result in a shortfall depending on when all that occurs.
Mhm.
but it would ease any difference that might happen. So budgeting the entire amount, definitely, I agree with, because we have employees that leave, in the spur of the
Sure,
moment.
right, right.
So that would decrease the surplus that I told y'all we had
With you.
by at least $11,000-12,000
Right.
ish.
Okay, so right now, presently, health insurance per employee costs $11,092, so it costs $11K. Is I still think $5,000 is a good number. What would be the logic for dropping it back to 26?
Well, I think it's too much of an incentive to put money in somebody's pocket and then. Well.
But we
I
got that
suppose
covered.
If you require them to show that they have other coverage,
I'm on board with that.
if you require them to show that they have other coverage, I don't know that that's an issue,
Correct.
but I know, when I was young and
Right?
poor and.
Yeah, yeah, that point's well taken.
Struggling, I would have said, hey, you're gonna give me another $5,000. I don't want your insurance.
Right,
That's money in my pocket and people become dependent on that money.
right.
The only other point that I would make is I want everybody to understand this is not necessarily a savings to you. If you put the 11,000 in the budget and somebody waives coverage right now, we don't spend that money. That money stays in the bank. So it's really,
There's no budget savings whatsoever.
Mm-mm.
Right, if we're gonna budget this, I'm just working it out loud. If we budget the entire amount,
right,
then that nulls any savings. There is no savings. I understand right now we have it in there for $5,000, so that's gonna be going up about $6,000 per person.
so
but-
you budget the entire 11,000 and then you pay out in increments.
Right,
So that if that person leaves mid-year, you
there's
still
still
have
enough left.
money to pick up the premium
For
for
the
that
next-
person that's coming in to replace them
Correct.
that elects the coverage.
Correct.
So I guess,
So I'm good with all that. I just think $5,000 is a more incentive type number.
And I have a question. What's the enrollment, twice a year?
Once a year.
once,
Once a year.
Just once a year, that's it?
It's when they start work and then on the anniversary date usually of the plan.
well, our open enrollment is September of every year for an October 1 effective date. And so if someone opts out of coverage and they take the cash in lieu, they would, if they had a need at some point for health insurance, they would have to wait to open enrollment unless they had a qualifying event. Or
Right.
several qualifying events. The loss of other coverage is one of those: marriage, divorce, birth, adoption.
Well,
So I don't think that would be an issue. Typically, if you have someone who's on another policy, if they lose that coverage for whatever reason, that is a qualifying event, and then they would be able to hop on. The only downside to that is now they're looking at taking a pay cut. So they don't see it as I got a benefit so long as I was on this other plan. Now I'm losing $5,000 a year.
right.
And if they don't elect the coverage once they have been dropped from the other plan, then you risk having an employee who is uninsured, gets hurt, can't come to work, can't get medical attention, gets sick. There's just, these are just things that we've talked about with our administrators and things that they've seen in their opinions. And, you have an uninsured person or somebody that winds up uninsured that gets hurt. They pull their back out at home. They don't have insurance. So they come to work and say, oh, I pulled my back out when I was lifting that weed eater over there.
Right.
So,
Right. Now, coming from the construction industry, even people that draw a paycheck do that.
Right.
So that risk is out there all the time.
Right.
yeah, or
Labor's,
people that do that.
right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
My question kind of was, so if you take the 5,000, that's what it would be.
Uh-huh.
And you have a life-changing event, you get married, and then you come in and say, hey, I got married, I want to change my insurance, now I want it. So we have the 5,000 plus then 11,000, so they just re-enroll again.
Mm-mm.
No.
He loses the 5,000.
I know about what you already paid.
Well, that's
No, he won't lose it before the event.
But you paid out, say, 3/4 of the year, and all of a sudden he gets married and he goes to join in, and we put
Right.
11,000 in. We lost out that.
Well, we
money.
know because we're not paying premium for the whole year. So if they come in 6 months into the year, then we say we paid out X number of dollars. They don't have to return that money. They get that money throughout, and then mid-year, they have a qualifying event. There's still money sitting there. We haven't paid out $11,000 to pick up premium for the rest of the year. So the $5,000 or 26, whatever it may be, that payment in their pay incrementally, say it was 2,600, they get $100 every pay period, 26 pay periods. That would stop and we would start paying their premium.
Right. So the timeliness of the payout would match.
Premium prorated then, to the, what you,
But we get billed monthly for the premium.
Right.
So that $11, even if some of it was, half of it was used, you still have half of it there to pay the monthly premium for the next 6 months when they enroll. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
I'll just chime in because you guys are working through a lot of details. This was a little bit hard for me to wrap my head around because I feel like right now, if an employee comes in and they don't want the insurance, then we're not spending on the insurance. It's just a benefit. It's an option that you choose or you don't choose. So I just think that we're inviting a lot of complicated scenarios and risks by changing the policy. I'm not sure kind of where this was born from, but I just feel like we're maybe fixing something that's not broken. And I don't mean that in any way, like I can see how there could be monetary benefits to giving the money back to the employee. I just can't get my head around it. And it seems to me like there's a whole lot of risks and questions that are undesirable.
To help with where it, whoops.
Go ahead. You got any comments? I got some. So
Go ahead.
let's go.
Yeah,
through
I
it.
just want to make sure that it says in there, if we're going to do this, that it says they have to provide proof of the same level of insurance that the city offers. Because there's a lot of insurance plans out there and they just come in with a really cheap plan that doesn't cover anything, then we're in the same boat. And the other thing is, do we have a guarantee or something that we can do so that they say, yes, I've got insurance, and then a month later, they just cancel their insurance because they don't want to pay, and then we're back in that same boat where they've got no insurance and we have to continue paying or doing, so there's just a couple of items.
No, I agree. I think, let me just put it to you this way, and I came from a different industry, I know. I worked my whole life. My wife had insurance and I had insurance. We always elected one of them. The employer of us didn't give us any money.
Yeah.
And I think that's just part of it. It's a game. I mean, with me, it was always where could I get it the cheapest? When she worked at a hospital, it was cheaper there than working for my employer. So that's where I went. But there was no incentive to ever get paid. The other thing that came out in this memo, and when I read it, it brought back horrible memories of my past, that I didn't like working in fringe benefits in section 125 and all this mess, because it is a mess. You violate 125 plans with this thing somehow. Okay, everybody that's covered in insurance with the city of Dunnellon is now taxable on that premium. That's how serious this is if you mess this up. And to me, it's, if we got 2 employees that want this, I just don't see the need. I just don't. I don't see we do anything. I don't even. And the other question I had for you, Mandy, I mean, you had like 4 people responded to you on what they were doing. Did the other ones just not pay, or they just didn't respond, or we have no idea?
I mean, my group that I reach out to is statewide. I mean, clerks throughout the state of Florida.
Right.
And some, some things they respond to, you might get a
Right.
slew of responses, and some you only get a few. So based on the fact that I only got 4, when this, the statewide group of city clerks tells me that there's not a whole lot of people doing it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because again, if you spend a lot of time reading this wonderful memo by our benefits people, I love those people to death because they understand this a whole lot better than I ever did. But you run into a lot of tax issues and technical issues when you start excluding or including people in a group that normally would be covered. And again, that may be the reason the companies I work for, I mean, of course, we had 20, 30, 40,000 employees. I mean, we just didn't pay anybody for anything. I mean, if you didn't have coverage, great.
And what's
If
going
you
to happen
had
to
coverage,
premiums?
great.
What would happen to premiums if all the young people opt out and then you're left with
Well,
a
Then the older people have higher
pile of older
premiums.
people?
Oh, yeah.
See, that's what we were worried about because we hired so many people right out of college. And when I came out of college, I never got sick. Okay. I wouldn't have taken insurance. But again, having a requirement, they got to have insurance, got to be able to prove it. It's a good point. But your point is they could go out and get insurance that doesn't cost them very much. And it's not near as good as what we're giving them here.
Well, and two, you can't buy a marketplace plan if you have an employer that offers health insurance unless you lie.
Right.
So, I mean,
I just think we're opening ourselves up for a mess. And that's just my opinion. And I agree if we save 11,000 on an employee, but it goes right back in the budget anyway. I mean, I don't see where that saves anything. So I just think we ought to stay away from it. That's just my opinion.
And
Can I make a request that you would take that premium and buy some form software or something? Just saying.
Just saying.
Council, I am looking for direction as far as the budget goes, since we have our first public hearing. I know normally you can't vote
Well,
today on something like this, but I need to know if it stays
well, I think,
reduced or goes.
I believe we're in consensus that at least it needs to be the whole 11K. So regardless of where this vote goes, as far as what the employee gets, the budget line item for each individual would still be the nominal insurance cost.
Okay, it does change because that $5,000 was taxable. And it will change the budget because I'll put that $11,000 back.
Right.
So you will see some changes and it does reduce your surplus.
And what we're saying is they have to take the insurance.
I know.
No,
Take the
that's not
bad with the
what I'm
good, don't we, Jan?
The insurance is in there regardless of which way we go. I
Correct.
got that. Your question was if it's in there, I mean, then it comes down to, is it zero? Is it $5,000 or something between? And again, remember, it's not only the income tax, it's the employment tax and everything else that goes along with it that the employer has to pay on employee compensation.
Right.
And these folks are not the super high rich folks that get exempt, but anyway, that's a whole nother matter.
So what I'm hearing, I'm gonna take out the 5,000 per employee. I'm gonna give them the full insurance premium of 11,092. And so there will be some changes, but
Right.
I'll work it in. Okay.
and as far as a policy,
I don't think we want to get here. I mean, that's me. I'm only one vote, but I think this is going to make our benefits world a lot more complicated.
well, I can put this on the, I suppose I could put this on the agenda for Wednesday.
But again,
As
I'm
a
only one
as a
person here.
directive, because I don't want to go and prepare a policy resolution
Right.
that I don't know that you all are gonna vote on
Right.
without certainty that you're gonna vote on it. That's just a
Right.
lot of time consuming.
No,
work
I
for
get
me
that.
So we'll put it on next week's agenda to vote on?
To vote on it as a directive.
Correct.
So if it would be a directive to staff to prepare a resolution, creating a policy to implement something, and you can vote on whether or not you're going to direct us to move forward or not, is basically what you're doing.
Rather than telling you to do.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm in favor of that.
Rather than me bringing you a policy that I don't know whether or not, I mean, if all of you
Yeah.
said, yes, 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 this is what we
Sure,
want,
sure.
I'd get the policy together, bring
Right.
it to you. But I don't want to spin my wheels doing that
With you.
without certainty that,
Okay.
you know,
But we're gonna spin Jan's wheels because it, I mean, here's where I'm coming from. It sounds like it's gonna be a 3-to-1. And
Okay.
we need this budget wrapped up.
so we'll get the money in the budget as it should be. And this decision will not affect that at all.
Right,
Okay?
okay.
And whatever comes out in the end,
Comes out.
we'll put it in roads and streets.
I
Somehow.
got that on.
Forms.
That's important.
At the very beginning of this council, we had talked about the employee handbook and the personnel policies.
Right.
And at one point, we had deferred that. We said, oh, we're going to look at that at another time. So I just
Right.
want to question us on the slippery slope of picking things out of the personnel element. Not that, you know, this is just one example, though, so that we're not doing things piecemeal.
Right, and I'm with you. This was a budget related item. That's why it was coming out
Right.
now.
Thank you.
And it's not existing. So it's not even in the manual right now.
Right.
It would have been a new policy.
Super, thank
A
you.
whole new policy, right? Okay,
Okay.
all right. We good with this now? Okay. Next is all Mr. Inskeep.
Oh, my goodness.
East Penn vacation rentals and final budget.
Okay,
Then Jan can go home.
Actually, Kelly, if you don't have anything else, you can go ahead and be excused.
Okay,
Thank you, Kelly.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your help.
but I thought it might be time to give everybody an update on the East Penn multimodal road project. We just went to a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and at the engineering phase, they're at they just presented the 60% completion of the engineering phase. And then there's going to be another meeting with a 90% and then another meeting when there's a final. I'm just going to read through the gist of the whole thing. The purpose of it is to create a bike pedestrian path from Blue Run Park up to 41 along the south side of 484. The contract cost estimate as of 4/13 of this year is $2.8 million. The city of Dunnellon's commitment is $350K of CRA dollars, I believe. We've seen an MOU, but we have presently not received the latest version of an MOU, nor have the city signed one. The last that we know, is that still correct, Mandy?
Nothing's been signed.
Okay. Right now, schedule wise, the 60% engineering phase is complete. That was done on August 4th. The 90% submittal will be October of this year. The final submittal is due November of this year. After that, then it goes out for a bid process. And that takes a few months. The state's got to get involved and it's got to be approved, et cetera, et cetera. The few issues that are with this project right now are this project is going to be getting basically what they're going to do is they're going to take the sidewalks, move them south on the south side, move them back a few feet, going to get rid of all the parking along East Penn, and the south side will end up being a bike pedestrian path. There will be half a dozen or so medians along the center of East Penn. Each median will have a break in it wherever there's a street or a crossing. Right now, the plan is to grind off basically an inch. Wherever they're going to resurface is to grind off an inch of that. And the reason we're only taking it down an inch, not going down to base, is because this is going over 60 to 80-year-old piping. And the reason it's going over 60 to 80-year-old piping is because FGUA doesn't have the funds to replace the water piping at the same time this project is happening. So right now that's a risk. The construction for the 60% has been requested to be performed as they can at night to limit traffic congestion. The downside of that is anybody that lives in that area is going to have night construction noise going on. The other issue is presently the only detour route during construction will be the newly repaired Granada, which is what we're getting ready to do at the end of this year, beginning of 24 is probably when the construction is going to take place on the Granada. So few things that's going to happen there is as traffic gets backed up anyways, they may take the Granada. Folks may take the Granada, even though it's not a detour. We're going to put all this money into redo the intersections and all that to have a bunch of trucks and people go through. Basically, the wear and tear that's going to create. Everybody knows that section of the Granada is very narrow. You can hardly get two opposing cars by each other the way it is. Now put a semi truck or traffic going through there is going to be an issue. It's as residential as you can possibly get with families and little kids and stuff.
You could postpone that ARPA project, depending on, the timing. You have, the only requirement is you must spend it all by 2026. So it maybe some timing could be worked out where they tear up the Granada even more, okay, because they're using that as a detour, and then our project starts afterwards. So it's something to consider.
The construction on the East Penn will more than likely be in 25.
Oh, okay.
Right, that's kind of where it's at right now. So as I got down lower, that's what I was getting ready to say. Unless somebody knows something that I didn't realize, because we talked about postponing it, but then we got the 26th date and they come out with when the construction is going to probably happen, and it didn't meeting the ARPA date.
Okay.
So we got the detour. Again, I mentioned before, all East Penn street parking will go away. There was a bridge weight loading issue as far as, because the way the bridge is going to be to create a bicycle and pedestrian path is going to be the concrete construction barriers like we typically see on the highways and stuff. And that is what's going to create, like I said, the bike and the pedestrian path over the bridge. And then there's going to be a takeoff platform on the east side of the bridge that goes down into the Blue Run Park. There was an issue that they couldn't determine whether because the last records they had were 1927 for bridge loading. They couldn't find those documents, so they did a bridge analysis, and the bridge loading can handle the concrete barriers. However, adding any future utilities to the bridge structure will be very limited, if at all. So any future things getting attached to the bridge, there have to be bridge improvements done. The other thing that I was worried about was once the medians go in and everything goes in, that area is already pretty congested at certain times of the day. Talking to Kimley Horn and Amber, the engineer over it, she doesn't believe that once this project is complete and the 41 state completes the 41 project, which is going to redo the intersection at 484 and 41, get rid of that whole right turn and all that. Their analysis shows that right turn and that light is what backs up the whole road. So once the state finishes the 41 and modifies that right turn lane, the multimodal project should not add to the congestion. So again, the big things are we're going over 60 to 80-year-old water piping, which seems like it's a pretty big problem to me.
Yeah.
So we're going to do all this work over, going to agitate those pipes, et cetera. And then who knows when it's going to start looking like a water sprinkler out there. So now all this new work's going to have to get all tore up if that happens. And so I really don't know where to go with this. I mean, we go to the meetings, Manny and Chad goes to the meetings. I'm thinking that we at least need to go through get up to the final stages of all the engineering and all that, and see what issues are still out there, and then go from there. as to what we really want to do. So it's mostly just trying to inform everybody where this thing's at and what the
I
issues
was
are,
gonna say, do we have any input on where this goes?
on where this goes.
I mean, how this develops? I mean, this
Uh,
whole idea of medians on 484. All I envision is the problem we have on 41 with those medians. It's just making it worse. That's just me, but I don't think we have any input on that. These are state roads and federal roads.
Okay, with 484, though it is a county road. It is Dunnellon that approached the county and asked for this at a certain point. I'm not sure what the time frame was.
Right.
So they're actually reacting to a request from the city. And again, they're at the 60% engineering stage. And we have input at every single stage. The plan is laid out. Now they're basically just going through the plan and figuring out slopes. Can we do this? Bridge weight stuff. You know, they're trying to find every bug in this plan and do it.
Right.
So until the final is out, I don't know that we have enough information to say, hey, stop, we don't want to do this or make changes, but we definitely do have input.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I know you found out in the first couple of meetings that the 41 project was going on almost at the same time.
Right.
484, and the two groups didn't even know.
right, right.
So-
Nor did their lanes match up.
Yeah, our lanes didn't
Right.
exactly match up either.
Mandy reached out to the both groups, got them together, and that's been resolved. Basically, what's going to happen is 41 is going to happen. Then the 484 project is going to redo the whatever little bit the 41 project did and
Yeah.
make the lanes match
Right.
is what's on the board right now.
Okay. Now, my concern is not, I mean, losing the parking on 484 Pennsylvania is bad enough. I mean, to me, that's a lot of parking out there.
Right.
And then if we come in and put in any kind of islands like we did on 41, it just, and I heard you say we're going to try to match them up with roads. That makes sense. But what about all those parking lots and the buildings that are between the roads? And
The way the medians are laid out, and all the drawings are out there and available.
They're narrow.
Right,
They're narrow medians with a little crosswalk
Mm-hmm.
where you can cross the street.
Right.
And I think there's 3 or 4 of them along there, but I think they've taken into account any businesses that
Right.
have
a driver,
an apron where you can
Yes.
pull in and out, so they're positioned so you
Okay.
don't affect people from turning into
Right.
those businesses.
right. I've gone down there drawing and have taken each building that they have and just, hey, can I turn here and get in? Can I turn here and get in? And
Right.
they've done a good job of matching up the mediums
Okay.
there.
I just know, like I say, you're coming down 41, you get to the post office, well, you can't go back north.
Right.
And you got to go south.
Right.
And things like that just frustrate me. But that's,
So
I
while
don't
we're
even live there.
still on this, I just want to thank you for all the facts.
Yeah.
I also noticed that the interlocal agreement, if I'm reading this right, about this project was recently shared with the council. Just curious after reading it, if any of you had read it or if it's something we'll talk about at some point, or if you had any thoughts or concerns. It's quite a dated document now, and some of the dates within it are kind of coming to pass now. And it was an interesting read. I just wondered if anyone had any thoughts on it or if it was anything we would be talking about in the future.
That's the interlocal that the city provides a $350,000
Yes.
contribution to the
Right.
project.
Right.
I remember reading.
And
Right.
that was adopted because of CRA rules at the time. There was a 3-year spend for a project, and if you didn't spend it in 3 years, you had to reallocate it to something else.
Something else.
And that allowed us to set aside in $50,000 increments, that $350,000 over the course of 7 years.
And if I'm reading it properly, the 7 years is about to come up.
Oh, it's already been set aside this year.
Oh, okay.
It's on reserve.
Yeah.
That full
It's in the
350.
budget.
And I put it in the budget to actually distribute it to the county.
So as long as we spend it before it all runs.
It doesn't apply anymore.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, that 3-year, the legislature
Oh.
did away with that rule.
Okay,
That we could budget a project for 10 years
okay,
and keep rolling over that money. You don't want to do
okay,
that.
okay,
Lori,
good.
But
I just don't want to find out.
Now, the only other thing, since you brought up the MOU, is, Chad Mandy and I sat down with the county engineer. Because if there's overruns or underruns, it's not real clear
Who
who's
pays?
covering what, right? And that's why, Mandy reached out and asked him for, to send us, the MOU, what the latest is and all that. And I'm not sure why you haven't received it. Next TPO
well-
meeting, I can find him and ask him.
When we went to that meeting back in April, Elton Holland was still there.
Mhm.
And I did reach out to him several times. He is the one that told me that they would be preparing a draft agreement for the city to sign off on.
Right,
On this project. Basically, I think reiterating our commitment or something to that extent. I'm not sure what that was gonna be about. Followed up with him a few emails, never got a response. And then I got, the last time I got a notification that he was no longer with the county. So I emailed Ken Odom, who I know is in the engineering department, traffic department over there. I don't know if there has been a successor appointed to Elton's place, but I never heard back from Ken Odom either. So I don't know where that's at. I'll just have to do some more outreach, maybe make some phone calls and try to figure out. I mean, that's not something that we're asking for.
right.
Is any further commitment. I mean, we've made the commitment with the interlocal agreement from years ago for the $350,000 match. So we're not in a position, we're not the ones saying we need an agreement. They were the ones saying that they wanted an agreement with us.
Right,
So.
Right. Gotcha, okay.
And that was my question, and maybe you answered it, that we committed the 350 in 2017, and that's it, and the money's set aside, and there's no more talk of needing more money, correct?
And to add to it, that commitment's never been signed.
Okay,
No, the commitment she's talking about has been signed.
Yeah.
The $350,000 commitment has already been signed. It's a done deal. It's an interlocal agreement with the county.
Okay,
So that's why I said I'm not quite sure Elton was coming to me and saying we need this agreement, because he never did say really what that agreement was for, and I never got anything.
okay, that's where I'm confused about what's signed and what ain't signed in.
Right.
Okay, because he's talking about something,
Something else.
right, when we all three met with him.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
Okay.
Are we good with
Well,
multimodal?
keep following up on that. Cause I'd hate to find out, 6 months, a year down the road that all of a sudden we gotta come up with more money.
Well, there's nothing right now.
Right, no,
There's nothing in writing that says we gotta come up with that, but I still hate.
yeah, it'd be pretty remarkable if nothing, I mean, we saw what happened with the Blue Run restroom. And so if the price is the exact same as it was in 2017 and there's been no surprises, that would be a really great thing for us to confirm.
And
Yeah.
I think what makes sense to me, what part of the other holdup is until this thing goes out to bid, Elton told us, they don't know. We're dealing with 2017 numbers or whatever the date was.
And if
So
there's some clause saying that we're gonna pick up the difference if an emergency happens.
that's where we got tangled up with Elton when he wanted us to sign the dotted line. Like then,
Okay,
right? And then that's where we pushed back. I said, wait a minute. And he says, well, let me tweak this a little bit and get it out to you. And then we never heard anything else.
Okay.
all right, thank you for putting the pieces together.
Yeah.
Right, yes, sorry.
Okay.
The vacation rentals. I want to clarify something. I reached out to Andrew 2 weeks ago and I asked Mandy if she'd get on the call just so I didn't misinterpret anything. Wasn't last week, it had to be the week before. The only clarification I want to make is Andrew is not, I know an email went out today and I'm certainly not casting any stones at the writer of the email. There's just too much going on to get information out to everybody, as everything is fluid in all these different topics we deal with. I'm the one that reached out to Andrew because I was confused, even as many times as we've talked about it, what were the requirements by the state and the county for fire inspection, the STRs. What I came away from with that conversation is that the state does not require inspections, the county does not require inspections. And it is legally permissible for a city or municipality to come up with their own inspection program or to require inspections. The county presently does not have a vehicle where they do short transient lodging inspections unless it's by complaint or for cause. So it would be upon the onus of the city, is the way I see it, for the staff to come up with, working with the county to come up with what this fire inspection would look like, et cetera, et cetera. And I just see that as coming up with all the fire inspection stuff, more cost to this that we're not going to recover. Went through the math quickly with Mandy, and basically we're going to be able to charge somewhere around $200 a registration. And then there's a whole lot of stuff to recover other stuff. So taxpayers are going to be eating a bit of this cost for the creation of the ordinance and for the creation of how to implement this. With all that said, I would like to have the fire inspection requirement by the city to be removed from the ordinance. And when I talk to Andrew, we don't have to change anything. We remove the language, leave the line item there. And I didn't even know this was a legal term, but it is. I think he's out there in Zoom land, can verify that we put in for that line item reserved. And then if there are any issues at some point later, we can come back and we can address the fire inspection requirement at that time.
That's right. I can respond to that. Councilmember Inskeep, yes, if the city, you have, of course, any changes at this point, since it's gone through, changes to the ordinance, pardon me, since it's already gone through planning and so forth, and it's been advertised, ultimately what can't change is the actual title of the ordinance. The title does refer to inspections, but the body of the ordinance can change. Really, you can take things out. It's more difficult to put things in because it might have to go back to planning. But yes, if you want to remove inspections, if that's the wish of the council, that can absolutely be done. And either it can be inserted as reserved or just removed completely. But if council ever wishes to add inspections back in, so long as the law doesn't change, at least the way it's written right now, council always has that ability to do so. So as we've said, council has the same discretion that it's had before regarding inspections. You can require them. You could decide not to require them. That is completely up to council.
So I'll just speak next because I think that we had agreed all along to the fire inspections. And as far as the work or the labor in creating the checklist and working with the county, I think that some of this we sort of deduced that we could model from other cities and that it really wouldn't be very labor intensive to come up with a checklist. I'm very surprised to hear the proposal of removing the fire inspections, just because I think that we've spent a lot of time and money and effort and legal fees on creating an ordinance that had some teeth, and all the parts of the ordinance sort of working together for safety. I feel like the fire inspection is really an important part of that. And to count on short-term rental owners to assure these kinds of safety standards, when it's the same businesses that have been functioning in our city for 10 years without the required state licenses and without paying their fines. I just feel like this whole ordinance was born out of a concern for safety. And I would hate to take a right turn last minute when we're already at the readings and water it down. I think it would be a real unfortunate, and I hope that we consider it seriously before doing that.
I follow Julianne's thoughts on that. The reason is I worked in fire safety my entire life, and you've got people going into other people's houses, they're renting them. People do dumb things. I've got a granddaughter who one night was looking at my thermostat in the house, and I go, leave it alone. Why? And she proceeded to play. Somebody will mess with a fire extinguisher. Somebody uses it, it doesn't get refilled. The next person comes in, they have a fire. Somebody dies. And we've made sure all of our businesses have been up to fire code, you know, that the fire extinguishers get checked. And all we're saying is that basically you have to have somebody go in to make sure your fire extinguishers are done and that the life safety code is met. And again, it's all of a sudden this is coming out to where this isn't safe. And I think that if we're going to have an ordinance with teeth, that we need to go ahead and just keep doing it, because I can tell you right now, owners will not do it. It's just something else that they don't have to pay money for until something happens. And then we're going to be back in here again. And they're going to be saying, well, why did you all take this out? And maybe we'll be liable.
I guess I'm kind of on board with both of y'all. I mean, we spent a lot of time. We picked this ordinance up. It was started by another council, and we worked throughout a lot of this year getting it right. At least I thought was right. And now I'm learning that I thought this was a state requirement under Code Section 69 of the Florida Code. Is it not?
Andrew?
So let me clarify, and I'll walk through basically everything that we've walked through in the past, because I know we have a long time in between council meetings, and I'll touch on all parts of it. So the state, which in this case would be the Division of Hotels and Restaurants of DBPR, does not require annual inspections for compliance with Chapter 509 or fire regulations. Chapter 509 does set forth state inspection requirements for public lodging establishments, but vacation rentals, which are public lodging establishments, are specifically exempt from state annual inspections. However, vacation rentals must be made available to the state for inspection upon the state's request. And as we've discussed before, in practice, this ends up being in the event of a complaint, the state then decides to conduct inspections. So the city is not obligated to conduct annual fire inspections, but may elect to do so. Chapter 509 expressly provides that local governments have authority to conduct inspections of public lodging, including vacation rentals, for compliance with the Florida Fire Prevention Code and the Building Code. While annual fire inspections are elective per Chapter 633 Florida statutes, local authorities such as the city of Dunnellon are obligated to enforce within their fire safety jurisdiction uniform fire safety standards for transient public lodging establishments. So you are required, or the city is required, to enforce, which by definition includes vacation rentals. Rule 69A43 of the Admin Code provides those uniform fire safety standards for transient public lodging establishments, including vacation rentals. So if the city elects to conduct fire inspections, the applicable standards of the Florida Prevention Code and Rule 69A43 would be what the city is inspecting for.
It still sounds, now you keep saying annual inspections is not required. Is there just an inspection when it starts?
No, for vacation rentals, they are subject to inspection. So the state can require an inspection at any point in time that they want to. But there's not a required inspection that they be inspected at the beginning, at the inception process, for when they're first established, no.
Well, I think we just need to stop. And we need to have another meeting because this is really kind of blown up as far as I'm concerned. Because I'm like you, I think this is very important that we have these inspections. I thought this was part of why we were doing this. And I don't like the idea of pulling it out and making it a reserve and putting it back later. I don't like that.
I do hear Andrew keep saying, if you keep it in, but we have been through this by detail. and
Right.
We've moved through it and agreed. So I know that we created extra time to roll it out, to give everybody time, including city staff, to get these things together. And I think with the way that the way that the rules change is that if we move to cut this out and then later on we decided it was time to put it back in, that we may not even have that option.
Yeah.
So I'm really confident with what we passed. There's the elephant in the room of legal challenges. I think there's, that may have been contained in a recent letter. And I think that we can all see, following city politics for years, that there's lots of threats of lawsuits, and that's kind of part and parcel of what we all do here. And that's why we keep legal counsel. And that's why we've gone to great stakes to do things that we know have upheld. And this fire inspection deal was, I can't remember exactly what city, maybe there was a city where this was challenged and where the fire inspections came out on top. It may have been St. Augustine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was St. Augustine.
So this has been something that's been tested. And if a lawsuit comes out of this, then we will just have to proceed. I mean, it's nothing that any of us wants, but I don't think that it can be part of the consideration. I'm not saying that it was. I'm just saying that it's the elephant in the room. And, we were going to be sued over Blue Run Park, and we were going to be sued over this development and that development. And sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't, but it certainly can't be a determining factor.
Yeah.
I'm not so worried about litigation as, like one of my questions is, do we require proof? Do we inspect other businesses? What I'm worried about, where else does the city require inspections, fire inspections of other?
Aren't they supposed to be
Any
done?
commercial or business should have an annual fire inspection.
This is what came out as we were
Yeah.
opening up this Pandora's box, that even our own city buildings weren't fire inspected. So we got those done. And then we agreed that, like, short-term rentals coming on as businesses, we do have a problem with fire inspections in the city, and we need to take care of it while we bring the short-term rentals on so that it truly is even across the board.
Okay.
Right. That's what I remember. Yeah.
And I'm with you. And I'm with you that they're supposed to be getting annually inspected,
Mhm.
but the city does not take part in requiring proof or anything like we're getting ready to do with the STRs.
I'd be interested to learn from the fire inspection perspective. What are we expecting of our local businesses? My guess is that something's supposed to be happening that's not, and it would be our responsibility to, again, get everybody on board together.
Mhm.
But I don't have that information to know, but it's a
Right.
good point.
Didn't the city hire somebody to do the businesses or the buildings that the city owns? Fire
Yeah,
inspections?
We did inspection from all
Yeah,
city.
yeah,
Right.
we went to the
The
county.
other ones, I know they're required for an annual, but my last conversation was they just didn't have the manpower. You have that effect within the next couple of years, according to them. All business would be expected every year.
Right.
As of now, they didn't have the manpower for it.
And council, I just want to make clear, the information that I'm giving you tonight is the same information that I've been providing before. The only reason that I'm saying if is simply because it's up for first reading and the city hasn't made its final decision on the ordinance yet. So it wouldn't be appropriate to say anything otherwise. I'm just responding to the inquiry.
Understood. Thank you.
So before the fire department was turned over to the county, our firefighters on staff,
Did it?
they made their rounds throughout the year and did the business fire inspections. And once that happened, I don't know where that went. I don't know, there was in the agreement, there's something in that says that the county will continue to do fire inspections, but it doesn't say fire inspections. They do fire inspections for like new businesses that require a certificate of occupancy and they have to go through that process. They do those inspections, but what I'm hearing from Chad is they don't have the manpower to be as proactive as our staff was in going out, and doing 4 or 5 inspections a day while they were doing nothing besides sitting at the station. They would go out and make rounds. So I guess we need to get that somehow clarified because I believe it is in our code that the businesses have to have an annual fire inspection. And Chad, you also mentioned that you believed that they had to have it for their insurance.
A lot of commercial places do have to
Right.
carry
So
that
they-
insurance, so they
I
have.
would think they would be getting their own and being proactive on their own to do that, but we don't monitor that. We don't go around to businesses and check for, hey, have you had your fire inspection, or make them prove it to us every year. We don't do that.
That's where the downfall is, because usually when they open, they'll do their initial inspection, get their business license or whatever to make sure the building's compliant. Then after that, they're and out there, whether they ever get every year or not. And like when I was talking with the guy from Marion County, he said they do inspections now, but they have to go through the process, contact Kelly, fill out the permit, and Kelly will contact them and tell them where they need inspection.
But it has to be initiated by the business.
Mhm,
Yes.
mhm.
So the inspections are available. The people just, and I think we've already ascertained this, that all they have to do is call Marion County and
Right.
schedule the inspection.
They have
Right.
to, according to them, call Kelly and Kelly will file a thing with Marion to have the inspection.
Right.
But they would have to initiate that by contacting Kelly. It's
Right.
not something, after they do it once, kept up every year.
Yeah.
But we don't monitor, like Mandy's word, we do not monitor that. And
Right.
we're requiring that these inspections that we're going to monitor. And that's the part that bothers me. Are we getting into targeting? And that's,
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but I also see the other side where it's every other business is basically obligated to do it and they have to call Mandy. And now here's a small group of businesses that are saying, we don't want to do it. And that is the paradox in that is that that's the business where they should be getting inspected because of the fact that they have high turnovers of people. And there is a significant life safety pattern. And it seems historically in sitting at these meetings, there's been 1 or 2 people and that's been their thing getting up. I don't think that I should have to deal with fire inspections. And there's a reason why they're in there because people die in fires and people do stuff. So I say, let's just keep it. We put a lot of time and work into it. We've already talked, we've established that there's a way to get your place inspected. It's not an unreasonable cost. And so
I'm not too sure it'd be negligence or targeting, but I think more negligence business for not having to come down to.
if there's an
We
issue.
targeted somebody, it'd be more that they didn't do what they were supposed to.
well, you've got reverse targeting too, because if we say, well, we're gonna take this out, then what's to stop every other business from coming in and saying, hey, I don't have to get it either because you're not making them get it. And honestly, my only other question is, we've been through a marathon of numerous meetings, and why is this suddenly coming up at the 11 hour and 58 minutes? I mean, Andrew, why is this As you're speaking to this tonight, I guess I'm gonna call you out.
No, hold on. That's why I started, please, give me a second, Rex, please. That's why I started out with what I said. I am the one that initiated
okay.
this, okay?
Okay.
I read, I got the same email. It was not Andrew initiating anything.
Okay, okay,
All right, when I got to talking, and actually it was an STR owner, okay?
Yeah.
That was, had the concern.
yeah,
And then when I take a look at it, I go do a little research, and then because I was still confused about what the state requires, what the county requires, why are we requiring something different? And then Mandy was just kind enough to set up a
Okay.
call with Andrew to get me on board.
Okay.
Because I was still confused at that point, and I couldn't answer this person's questions, and nor could I answer it in my own mind. And I know a lot of work was done, a lot of time was spent, money, et cetera. But what I came down to is we don't really do the same thing with the other businesses. And so I just kind of felt like
okay,
a little bit of targeting is going on.
okay.
All right, and the only way to bring it up is here.
Yeah, and I think that
Um,
the silver lining to this coming up here is that the city has a lot of work to do with safety. We have a lot of work to do to pick up the pieces from when we did lose the fire department and when there was no continuity. And, living behind Swampies, sometimes I look at Swampies and the clear violations that go on there that have been very difficult to address over the years. And it's just an example, I think, parallel to it, that as Swampies grows and expands and does things that are not permitted and not within codes, we then have people in the river. It's like a public beach there now. They're drinking alcohol, then they're migrating down to the bridge. Then we have the path into the bridge on the one side of the bridge, the path down into the river that we can't take care of. Then we have somebody jumping off the bridge, then we have a death, and
Right.
we're trying to enforce the rules at Blue Run Park. So safety is a huge issue for Dunnellon. And sadly, we're not on top of it. And in some senses, we're looking the other way. And I just think that you pack people into these short-term rentals, you have high turnover, you combine it with all these other things in the city, and we have a lot of work to do in getting up to safety, getting up to spec.
Well, Tim, thank you for clearing that up. And Andrew, I'm sorry if I threw cast any aspersions to your qualifications. Tim, thank you for
Oh,
clearing that up.
absolutely, absolutely. It's a brutal night, Jan. I'm 2-1, they got me.
Okay, this is your third shot, okay, coming up. So, and 3 is not always the charm.
Oh,
You only got one more.
yeah, that helped the old self-esteem.
Sorry, I'm just trying to be truthful here.
Okay, budget. All right, where to start?
You're looking for guidance from me.
And I've been beat up here. Now
Okay,
give me a
you
break.
mentioned something.
Let
to
me
do
catch
with
some
the
air
legal.
now.
Okay.
I'm taking it, but you did it.
Even
You
let the
just blanket
boxers go
sign
back
off.
to the corner for a
You
minute,
can
man.
blanket sign off on what I've done so far. We can call it a night.
Okay. Basically, a couple things. Has anybody up on council received the spreadsheet that I've been working with Jan and them? Mandy, if I send you my updated version like tomorrow, can that be sent out to everybody? Okay, here's what I got to thinking about. Actually, somehow I missed an item in there, a line item in there for a part-time code inspector, or I would have addressed it long time ago. And then actually when I seen it, and I did not see it in 2 previous reports or 3 previous reports,
Because it was in a different department.
because it was in a different department, okay, and I missed it. I went with, okay, I know everybody here, I like everybody, I trust everybody, but I was like, somebody's playing hide and seek, and all of a sudden this appears. Even at 65, I'm still trying to mature and not blow up, but that doesn't always work out well. But when I was busy having a tantrum at home over it, I was actually standing in the bathroom and I had to look in the mirror and I said, now, wait a minute, I'll go through this 170 some line items on this budget. to thinking, you know what? I don't think anybody on the council, I think in the first meeting, I asked for it to be presented, okay, to everybody, so everybody knew what was going on behind the scenes, and I'm not running off like a loose cannon, y'all don't agree, et cetera. But then I got to thinking, I don't know that that got sent out, and I know that this thing's been updated 3 or 4 times as we've gone through the months. And so I had to say, okay, I'm not communicating my 170 some items, and nobody has any idea what I'm doing. So the last thing I can do is, hey, who's working behind the scenes and doing this, you know? So part of my thing is I want to make sure that this all gets out to you, because I have no, and you all know this, projects, I have no anything, everything is above board. And if it's not in this Excel sheet, I haven't done it, but I think it all needs to be communicated. Everybody needs to see it, because I know I've messed with a couple of the worlds. One of the worlds is naturally what Julianne follows with the comp plan thing. When I see 90 grand in there for the comp plan, but I don't see what we're going to fix. I don't see and real estimate or anything like that. I just work with Mandy and such behind the scenes. Hey, where's this quote come from and all that? So when her and I talking, we dropped the 90 back to 40. Okay.
60.
No, first we dropped it to 40.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Then Mandy got with the people with
Oh.
that contractor.
Yeah.
LPG, okay, LPG come back and said, hey, you know, 60 grand is probably a real number. So I'm sitting there playing in Julianne's world, okay, with dollars, and if she's following it, she's probably wondering who the heck's in here doing this, you know? Who's taking my money away? This is my baby, et cetera. You know, I'm looking at it going through here, blah, 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 and, you know, maybe not communicating things as well.
And that's where my description of changes from one version to the next.
Right.
Should pretty much mirror what is on
Correct.
that schedule.
Right.
So did we find the part-time code enforcer?
Yes, we found the part, yes, right, but it's coming out. I'm gonna request it to come out. Now, bear with me. Now I'm gonna go to the whole purpose of what I wanted to go through here. So the first thing is this spreadsheet gets shared with council members, so everybody's in the loop. We just had that. I'm carrying lessons learned on this whole budget process for the future, just to tweak a few things. You know, one of them is how can we communicate better, that I send my stuff out? How can I communicate better if I'm the one playing it mostly? Near and dear to your heart, my next line item is, I think we should remove the part-time code inspector. When I talked to Chad, okay, the only one I have not polled on this is I'm going blank, so beat up. Kelly. And review the computer, any backlog or any of that. Our code enforcement, I know I still hear people complaining code enforcement's not this, not what they want it to be. But there's no backlog in the computer. When I asked Chad if there's anything that code enforcement is suffering, because he is doing the public works and the code enforcement. I won't speak for him, but I will. The answer's been no. And he knew I was going to ask this. I don't want to catch him off guard. So right now we have something like $30-some thousand in there for a code inspector, but we don't have an issue with code inspection right now. We don't have a backlog. We don't have, nobody can say we have this exact thing, this exact thing. I do understand that we have, and Mandy's going to work with Chad and Kelly on this. We've got some magistrate stuff sitting on the burner, but it really doesn't have anything to do with hiring another code enforcement person. We just need to figure out what we got to do to get this stuff moving. So I don't, the other thing I see with a part-time code inspector is we're getting too many chefs in the kitchen. Especially when we don't have an issue. Now, if somebody can say, look, we have this code issue, this code issue, this code issue, that's why we need this person. But I've not heard that from anybody. So my recommendation is we remove from the budget the part-time code inspector position. And if you want to talk about it now before I go on, by all means.
Could we address each line item so I know
Right.
where we stand?
Yes, ma'am.
If that's okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Why can't we use the code enforcement part-time person to inspect short-term rentals and all the other businesses in town?
They may not be qualified for
It would then have to be
inspection.
a fire inspector. Fire supervisor.
Okay.
I just, I totally appreciate what you're saying, Tim. If you need community development to have a backlog on their codes, I can create that. I look at this city and I really hope I hope we can set a firm date that we'll start the special magistrate hearings, because it's something we've talked about for some time. But I really see blight in codes as one of the biggest issues in the city. It's kind of unbelievable to me sometimes that other people aren't, I don't know if other people are in tune to it or if they just get used to it, but I mean, I just think it's a constant thing. And I know that Chad has his hands full with Public Works. And while I appreciate his competency in codes and that he's gotten his guys to do some of the things involved with codes, I just think it's an area that really truly needs attention. And I think there would be plenty of work for a part-time codes person. I don't know, I can come up with a presentation next time on what could fill a part-time code inspector's hours, if that would be helpful.
But we have a process right now, for anybody to go into the computer, and if there's a code violation or they see something, they simply input it. And then like Chad had one this morning. And then he's going after it. So either the process is not getting used, which is not giving Chad the opportunity to do it. I don't see hiring a new person is the fix. More as much as I do, we need to use the process to identify what it is and then give Chad the opportunity to address whatever violation is put into the system.
I agree that the system doesn't really get used. And I think that the system right now is very reactive. So do the people in the community really know to go to the website and file their code, and then it goes to Chad and then he follows up? I think we have rampant civic apathy here. I don't think anybody is visiting the website to figure out how they can put in the code. I think that the community could benefit from education and that the city could benefit from being more proactive. I know I've mentioned this to you, but I'll just bring it up. About a year or two ago, I came with a PowerPoint of all these signs that were hundreds of them everywhere in town. And for weeks now, I've seen 20 signs outside of Pizza Hut, new business, 20 of them, down one, down the other. It's there for weeks. I think that it invites other people to say, oh, I'm going to put my power washing sign. I take them out of the Blue Cove on the constant. I think there's proactive code enforcement that we could be doing. If whatever is keeping the special magistrate thing from happening, if an additional code enforcement person could help keep this moving, I think it would do wonders for the city. We've had to look at buildings with roofs caved in and trash and bullet holes in the windows forever. And I just think it's a huge issue, and I'm opposed to cutting the part-time code enforcement, but I understand that it's the decision of the council. Maybe if we can't clearly see the need now, then we clearly need to define what the need is and assign someone to do it proactively.
There's where I'm going, right there. We're saying that we need it, but we haven't developed a list of here's what the problem is and given it to the proper authority.
So I would start with getting some kind of communication out to the community that, hey, we haven't had codes for a decade, we haven't had enforcement for a decade, but hey, we're up and running now, we have enforcement, let's get this place cleaned up. Right. And having some community awareness so that we can get things coming in. And again, going out and finding it for now, if that's what we have to do. If it's junk cars, overgrown lawns, I think Chad's done a phenomenal job with it since he's been here. But I also know that Public Works is a very full-time job, and we need to be proactive as a city to clean it up because it's a mess. Right.
Now, part of what Public Works is, we knew that we were coming in with a very lean staff for the first few months with everybody leaving. So there was going to be a bit of a delay in everything getting rolling between Public Works and Code. Both of them have I'm not sure how to put it, both of them have kind of been set back a little bit based on what we've had. Now we're up to full manpower. We're fully resourced in Public Works, so that gives Chad to step up and do more of what he needs to do for code enforcement. He can also do more of the managerial stuff for Public Works, where his hands have been tied a little bit due to less resources. So I just still believe we're jumping the gun, and we're going to take $30,000 away from taxpayers. But we're not ready, but we haven't laid out what the problem is and tried to resolve the problem prior to taking $30,000 from the taxpayers. If we were to go the route of identifying, here's what the problem is, blah, 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 and we find out that for whatever the reason is, we can't do it with the way that we're set up right now, we can come back next year and add a position in or restructure whatever we need to do. I just think we're jumping the gun right now by taking $30,000 away from the taxpayers, when we don't have a clear direction or even clearly what the issues are.
Okay, and I think that also, I'll just add that I think there was some, maybe we're seeing some unintended consequences of when our code person moved to Public Works, and what used to be housed under community development as a department with its own staff and its own goals now got morphed into Public Works. And I feel like code enforcement lost a voice when that happened. No, I don't want to say it lost a voice because I totally understand that you are doing it. I just think that it used to be a dedicated thing, and then without even knowing it,
And I got
eliminated that.
to counter with that. I've never seen code enforcement here. Code enforcement is always, we got here over decades of lack of code enforcement. We're actually starting to clean up things right now. I mean, I think in the last 6 months or whatever, we've made great strides in going the right direction. It's like many other things that we've noticed. We're dealing with a bunch of unfinished business stuff, a lot of leftover stuff. So I think we are moving forward, doing all that, and regardless of which department it's under, that I just don't see that there's been a voice taken away.
I hear everything you're saying. I don't disagree. It's points well taken. Thanks for hearing me.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. But now what do we do with Jan?
You send me on my way with a budget that's already prepared.
Okay.
Well, no.
Right.
How many more things you gotta cover there?
Well, Andrew wants to close his ears at this one. I'd like to lower the attorney budget by $10,000, because I don't see us doing as many ordinances and stuff in this upcoming year. That has cost us a lot. When I go through the 3-year average that Jan used, those periods were pretty ordinance heavy. And what the $10,000 will do, it will offset the salary increases that we just Manny spoke about earlier. And we can remove that from the council portion. I guess community development needs it, so I don't see shorting them.
Okay, so I need a consensus.
Well, right. So where are we at with code inspector position? I'll just back up, because she needs to know what we're going to do, what we're
Yeah,
going to do.
do I take it out or leave it in?
I would say leave it in, because I understand what you're saying about we don't have a reason to have one, but once we have one and we can assign that person to start, when his first job can be to start developing the reason why he needs to be there. And I think that Wally had a good idea. If we're going to hire one, let's make one of the job requirements that you have to have a fire inspection certificate too, so that if we have somebody who can do both of them and solve it. But if we don't have somebody there to do the job, and we're going to be in the same thing, we're planning, we're going to have another meeting to prioritize what we're going to do. keep it in. If we find a qualified candidate, then we can start assigning him stuff to do and then start working and creating the priorities. And if we don't spend the money, we don't spend the money.
But we're taking it from the taxpayers and that's what we're not
But the
supposed to be
money's gonna be
doing.
taken from the taxpayers anyway.
No, it's gonna get scratched from the budget. So
Yeah,
it's not gonna get
and
taken
then-
from them.
And then where's it going?
It's gonna stay in their pockets. It's gonna stay in the pocket of the person that got up and worked for it.
The goal here is to lower the millage rate.
That will lower it, right?
Okay. And
That will lower the budget by $30,000. We do,
Alright.
here's what we're doing. We don't have an issue. We don't have a computer backlog. We have not brought to our code enforcement person, every issue he's been brought in, he's all over. Okay, everything is either resolved in resolution or something like that. So we're spending $30,000 or we're going to take $30,000 from the taxpayers. And we don't have a list of what's broken. Now, we haven't even given him a chance with all the restructuring that we have been doing in the last few months, to stay on top of it. And again, he has no backlog. All right. So I'm all about beating the bushes and having the community. I miss the community help the police. Police get half their stuff from community calling up saying, hey, I see this is going on. We need to get the same kind of stuff for code enforcement. That would be great. But right now, we don't have a backlog. And we're going to take this money from the taxpayers. And it doesn't make sense to me.
I think one of the things that I see we're struggling with big picture as we try to get our feet under us is that we can garnish savings by not filling positions, but working with a skeleton staff, I think limit what we can do and how fast we can do it. So I think it's a trade-off. We cut it from the budget, but then it's one less warm body we have on the staff. And we're constantly hearing how busy the staff is. I just think
But we're not hearing that from this position. Again, there's no backlog. That's what I keep going back to.
and you feel that way, that you have no problem keeping up with anything that comes in related to codes, and you feel as though you're filling the code enforcement role as effectively as this for it to be?
Yeah, I do, because what we've been doing with 3 people on our staff versus now being full staffed. And instead of me being out in the field, I'll have more of the time to do the code enforcement and the public school manager job. And like I said, we just don't had more complaints or more people coming in with the issues. And, you know, so you have what, lacking or slowing down, but I don't have the complaints and I don't have just random people stop me about stuff, or if they do talk to me about things, we usually already wrote a case on them, or we haven't. I mean, some of the stuff we do have is just people won't file it on them with the Florida statute. You know, there's no announcement complaints. Person who's gonna make a complaint, they have to do it in writing. They can't just throw it out there.
Okay, thank you.
So what do we do here?
I'm fine if you're not backlogged, then don't put it in there. I just hope 6 months down the road, you don't get overwhelmed and then we're stuck because there's nothing in the budget. That's the only thing bothers me. But this moment, yeah, we're fine. Take it out.
Anticipate there being any more need as the magistrate hearings roll out?
Could be, I mean, and future goes, I don't know.
Okay.
Anything could be swamped. We could
All right,
not anything. I don't know.
we get
what-
swamped, we'll just get swamped.
Don't know what the future will hold.
Okay,
As of right now, I can say I don't see anything, but
all
I
right,
don't know what the future is either. It could be the complete opposite next month.
okay,
Okay, I'll take it out.
take it out.
I'll take it out.
All right,
Okay,
well, it's 30.
The next one is, we just spoke up, is, would like to lower the attorney budget. Right now, I think there's 90, a little less than $100,000 in there for legal counsel.
Mhm.
And it's based on 3-year averages. Like I said before, the last 3 years have been pretty heavy ordinance wise. So I think we can lower the attorney budget by 10K, and that will offset the salary increases that we just approved.
It didn't actually come out to that. Because I made some adjustments to the well, your elimination of the code enforcement position more than covers that.
Right, yeah, but I wasn't looking at, it doesn't change my logic, my thinking at all with,
Reducing the,
right, with reducing it.
because
I-
the actual budget impact after we went through the study and adjusted the
Right.
ranges and applied them to the positions. And then we actually reduced the number of hours for one of the part-time positions.
Mhm.
So that we didn't have to offer health insurance,
Mhm.
because if we work them 30 hours or more, so we reduced that to 28, made some tweaks. The proposed budget impact based on salaries and benefits that were last presented to council is only $3,118.
Right,
Okay, just
Right.
want to make that clear.
Yeah.
The budget impact was not 10,000.
no, I understand that, right.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm glad you did. I understand, but I know it wasn't put out to everybody else.
You got everybody taken care of.
Yes, sir.
That's my concern,
Mhm.
is get everybody taken care of.
And
Okay,
I'll go over that with you when
Right.
it's done.
okay.
Oh, for some reason I was thinking you already did that. That's why I gotcha. Okay,
Now
right,
it's number 11.
right.
Consensus, decrease
Yep.
10,000, okay.
Okay.
Okay, next one I got a question is for the generator. We know the number came in pretty high for the generator transfer switch for the police building. Can that be brought in from an existing reserve?
It is, it's capital. That's
Okay.
being funded through 1 cent sales
Great.
tax.
Okay,
And you're gonna have to go to bid for that
Right.
project anyway.
okay.
So,
So more to come on that.
Yeah,
in the future, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Okay, I'm just scrolling through. Okay, Jan, like we spoke before the meeting, the rest of that stuff that I have is just a matter of going through the latest report. Flicking my stuff from either yellow or clear to green,
And unless I accidentally miss something.
Right. but it only comes
Whatever.
out, I think it comes out to be less than a couple $1,000s
And
for
yeah.
all of it.
Whatever was discussed
Um,
at the other workshops has been adjusted or
Okay.
removed.
yeah, that thing you sent out today, believe it or not, I got through it and compared it to the one we got, the last one, and I got within $2,000 or $3,000 of where we were, so I felt good about it. I knew there was something else going on. I just couldn't figure it out, but it wasn't that much.
um, Give me 1 second. And I'm through them all. Okay, so other than flicking them to green, there may be, yeah,
Sure.
but it's not gonna be anything significant if something did get missed.
Okay.
So now I guess where I'm at is based on all of this. We're trying to determine,
Where are
right, where are we? Thank you,
Well,
Wally.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If if these changes lead to being able to adopt rollback rate. And if I could still go lower, do you want me to go lower than rollback rate? If you don't want me to go go lower than rollback rate. Couple of options. I can put whatever surplus, and I really don't know. I can kind of do the
Mhm.
math and guess.
Mhm.
I can put it in council contingency for unanticipated expenses. I could put it to the general fund capital replacement reserve, which is a reserve that doesn't really build up very fast at all, which any department can have access to. I could put it in a road reserve. I'm kind of thinking any surplus now is gonna be on the small side. Rather than create a road reserve, let me put it in an existing capital reserve.
Right.
But it's all up to you guys, because
So you think you can get back to the rollback?
I'm thinking that it'll happen until I really work the numbers. And I explained to Tim, I cannot get into the Department of Revenue's website to play with the form that you
Right.
all had approved, the 7
Right,
mil, right?
Right.
And every software program calculates things differently, and I'm working with Excel. So
Mhm.
there could be some
Slight
differences.
difference, right, I get it.
I'm hoping it's more,
Mhm.
that I can put it in contingency
Right.
and not less. So,
Because what Tim is proposing, if I've got this right, is about, well, these three items here would be about $37,000 to
savings,
the good. Yeah, more savings.
that could be your surplus, even that I could put
Okay.
into a reserve.
Right. Now, just to interject, that will be offset by the $11,000 to the health insurance that we're
Yes.
going to add to it.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Okay,
fine.
Yeah,
right.
That's
so you're talking 11
We have-
21, so 11,000 increase. Code enforcement, if that's 30,
Yes.
that's a decrease of 30, so we're net 20 right now. And then the 10,000, a net 30.
Mhm.
That could be the surplus
Right.
that I have to work with.
Now, I just want to clarify this. That would be surplus from the rollback rate.
Right.
Yes, I just
would-
want to clarify
would-
that
I
for
would
everybody.
still- I would come to you next week and say, okay, here's a budget at 5 point, I think it's 6.9
Right.
mils. It's balanced. I've either set money aside in reserve or increased your contingency expense, which if you don't spend it, it stays in the bank. You just need to tell me what you prefer to see for any surplus I might have. And when the Department of Revenue opens up their website for the final public hearing and I actually get to plug in numbers, then I will really see, is there any
Exactly what
kind of a
comes up.
difference?
Sure.
Which hopefully it would just be like $1,000, if that. I just don't know at
Sure.
this point because I've really never had to play with the numbers
Where-
to get them to
Are
work.
you good if we get to the rollback rate?
Yes, sir.
That's where I am.
Yes, sir.
My whole life is if we could stay
Right.
with the same,
Right.
basically rollback,
Right.
it's the same revenue we make last year.
It's a
from the
little
property.
bit more, but.
Yeah,
not
I mean
much.
slightly,
Yeah,
but
very
it's
slight.
not
What
going.
That's
that-
the 6.3.
No,
No,
no, what that means is,
5.69.
5.9.
right.
Or
It's
5.6, yeah.
5.6.
So we would
What
be-
that means is your
we're
tax
reducing-
bill for the city of Dunnellon would be exactly the same as your tax bill was last year.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't advertise a tax increase,
Yeah.
is
No,
what it
no.
amounts to.
Right,
That's,
you know,
that's always the
and
goal.
that's great that it worked out that way,
That
but-
would not raise tax.
you know.
And I think
Take
I'm
the-
already at the rollback rate even before these changes. I have to go back over these numbers, I'm on medication.
Okay, that's fine.
So I need to.
Listen, let me make
really
sure
look
you
at-
said we got a capital reserve. We got a road reserve, or we
Oh,
got something else.
City
let's look.
council,
See, a city council,
right. That's
I don't
almost
like that
replaced-
one.
Huh?
I don't like that.
Man, pull up, this was the second schedule that I put in count. You had asked for an estimate of where we were gonna be at the end of the year.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what I came up with. As well as all the reserves. We'll go over them real quick so you
Okay.
can see what we've got. Okay. This is an estimate as of September 30. We have the first one. Can you scroll over to the line number, column A, Mandy?
Am I in the right tab, Jan?
There is no.
Yes,
problem there.
yes. But move over to column A. There we go. So I can give you line numbers. Okay, line number 25 is a 5-cent gas tax reserve, strictly for roads and streets capital.
Right.
The next line, an impact fee equity, that's the police department. New construction, that's what gets put in there for police. It is only to be used for increase of capacity. When this was done, I think an estimate of 10 officers was used, including the chief. So if chief hires an 11th officer, we can tap into that reserve for what that officer needs for equipment.
Okay.
Tree fund equity, those are fines for
Right.
cutting down a tree illegally.
Right.
This is your 6 cent gas tax equity that,
Roads.
excuse me, that we have not built up in several years. This is just sat, it's can be for capital or operations.
No,
Whereas the reserve at the top is capital only,
why has it not built up if it's a 6 cent tax?
because we've been using that 6 cent money to fund
Gotcha.
the
Thank
current
you.
budget.
Okay, we're still getting it, just
Oh,
not
yes.
using it. Or we're
Yes,
using
but
it.
we're
Gotcha.
spending it
I'm with you.
instead of
Gotcha.
saving it. Now, the 5 cent, we're putting that away. I show in this budget that we're going to be increasing. Excuse me, that we're gonna be.
5 more
increasing
minutes,
it.
Jan, just live for 5 more minutes.
That we're gonna be.
I know, sorry.
Increasing. This is not a word complaint. That we're gonna be increasing that by, I wanna, if I remember correctly, by about 58,000. That's what's estimated to come in next year. Okay, now the next line, number 29, is your cemetery reserve. That continues to be funded with a percentage of each sale.
Right.
And at the end of the year, I do a reconciliation to see, well, do I have to take a little money from there because we spent more than we brought in? But that's something I do on an annual basis. The next one is the reserve for the new police facility that was established by previous council. That doesn't change. I'm not adding to it. I would only take from it if council directed me to, such as I think an architectural analysis was done, the last thing. That's why there isn't $600,000 in there. That line is just for year end stuff. The next one is a police department bank account made up of strictly donations. The donor identifies what they want their donation to go for. So I've got a spreadsheet that has multiple columns. A lot of it is like Cops for Kids for Christmas, or they may say, okay, here's $100 for equipment. So we identify each donation of what it's supposed to be for. PD forfeiture, when the police department arrests somebody who's in a vehicle and they're driving and they're carrying drugs. Well, they get to confiscate that vehicle and sell it back to the perpetrator if they want to. And that money goes into that account, and that's statutorily restricted for capital items. So when if chief would come to you and say, I want to spend, he's got to prove that it meets the statute. Okay, this is your general fund unrestricted, Mr. Mayor. I'm anticipating we're gonna have a little over $1 million to start out next year.
Good.
Now, that will fluctuate until we start getting in our ad valorem money,
Right.
but it never goes to zero, and let me knock wood here. The next one, this reserve was established upon the sale of the utility. It is for capital items only, and it takes 4 votes of council to use this money. The next line is the police automation equity that gets built up based on the tickets that the officers write. It's statute that a ticket is divided up in 3 ways. Part of it is for just their general operations, which is called fines and forfeitures. This is another small piece of it. I don't have the percentage that's allocated per ticket that would build up this reserve, but it just keeps building up. If now, in past years, it has been used to fund computer equipment or any automated item it can be used for. The next one is this is the general fund capital replacement reserve that I mentioned earlier. That is estimated to go down to about $3,000 by the end of next year because of what it is funding next year. It's funding the new software at $85,000. It's funding playground equipment, at $45,000, and I can't recall anything else it is funding. So that's really going to decrease, but that increases every year based on the fund balance policy. I have to take 10% of depreciation expense audited depreciation expense every year and deposit it into that reserve. So it does move. It's not that it's just always decreasing. The next one, that's for roads and streets. This was established many, many, many years ago where they would set aside a portion of the budget to fund a capital replacement reserve for roads and streets when roads and streets was fully funded by the gas tax. That's why it says gas tax, but it's only for roads and streets. The next line item is another piece of the citation that an officer writes. It goes to an education reserve. If they go for training, we can use that money. Next year, I don't have anything earmarked to use. Here is your 1 cent infrastructure surtax that hopefully will get renewed for another 4 years. And that's what I anticipate we'll have on deposit at 9:30. A big chunk of it is going to be used to fund the reserve. I mean, the capital projects for next year, such as the generator. The next is your emergency reserve equity. We should have a minimum of 4 months worth of operating expenses on deposit. I have let that build up. Interest earnings are deposited into that reserve. It's a way to keep it building. I can analyze it at any time and we can reduce it, but it's money you can use for any purpose. If we have a revenue shortfall, that could be considered an emergency. Or if there's a major equipment purchase that's needed and you don't want to touch any other. But I have to come back if that falls below the 4-month time frame. I have to come back with a plan that will replenish that reserve within 2 years.
What about ballpark? What is 4 months?
I haven't calculated it. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
think you had, but
I'm
looking at that as being something, I really don't want to mess with it.
Well,
How much is built up?
it's probably a lot because of the interest earnings. Now,
Right.
we can leave interest earnings sit in unrestricted. But I just believe in savings accounts.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So
I'm just
unless,
curious, I'm keeping my mental notes of where the money is.
yeah,
Go ahead.
but I'll keep adding to that reserve and we could have a year's worth
Yeah.
of operating
No, that's
expense on reserve.
That's fine.
This reserve at 43,000 is to service the debt service.
Mhm.
It's part of the bond covenants that we have at least 1/4 payment on reserve.
Mhm.
So that will be paid out at September 30, but at the same time, we're on a monthly basis, we add to that.
And what debt is that for?
The green light debt.
Okay, gotcha.
that's the one-
Okay.
75,000.
Right, okay.
Now, when is that 175,000 due? What month?
It's paid quarterly
Oh, it's paid for. Okay, I got you.
at 43,750. It's paid
Okay.
quarterly.
We have 9 more years of that?
Yes. And the last one is the ARPA funding for the
Right.
intersection rehabilitation. I have to classify that as deferred revenue until we actually spend it. So as Kimley Howard has invoiced us,
Mhm.
I've taken from that reserve
Gotcha.
to fund those expenses.
Okay.
Good.
So bottom line, we're gonna have about $7 million at 9:30 on hand. And that is a good $1 million greater than last year.
I was gonna say,
And can you send us all that, Jan? Already?
Can I send this to you?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
just that,
Sure.
yeah, send it to all of us, because I like studying that. Because I know there's so much of this money we can't spend, or it's gotta be earmarked for road, or it's gotta be police, it's gotta be something, and I'm just mentally trying to keep up with it.
And if I can get the reconciliations done with the capital items that are in the budget, I'm not sure how complete they are.
Yeah,
I can send you, it's gonna be multiple schedules, but it's gonna show you, okay, here's the 1 cent sales tax reserve. Here are the, capital items that are coming out of it. This is the anticipated balance at the end of next year.
that'd be good. Thank
And
you.
And then you'll see that $1,000 just in
Thank you.
general fund capital.
All right.
So
good.
hopefully, that kind of eases your mind. I really think I can get to rollback because I
We can
kind
get
of am
rolled
there
back.
already.
I'm gonna be so elated. I'm not gonna believe it.
Oh, believe it.
I mean,
I do.
When we kept giving, and we needed to, we had to get these salaries right, but
Oh,
once I
sure.
kept worrying about the salaries, I kept thinking, we won't even hit 6.3. That's good.
It's with all
Good
the other
work, Tim.
savings.
No,
Absolutely.
no, I got nothing to do with it.
The increases that we have received on
These guys.
with the other revenues, even though my largest revenue source decreased 30,000
Right.
from this year, it's still comparable to previous years. It's right back in line.
Cool.
Good. Okay. I'm good with that.
So where do you want me to put any surplus that I might end up with?
I'm going back and forth between roads and streets and the council thing. I
don't care.
Let's put it in contingency because
All right,
any
that's fine.
surplus at the end of the year, we could talk about that. And then you could say, okay, roads and streets.
okay.
Well, there's your $30,000 code enforcement.
I'm gonna fire him the first day for her, whichever one it is.
I'm just kidding with you.
So
But no, it'd be better to put it somewhere where it will stand out. In roads and streets, it might not stand out.
It will in council contingency. It's an expense.
Okay.
It's on the expense side.
All right.
And right now you have $16,000, I think, in there. So that could increase to 46,000.
That's fine. Put it there.
On average, I usually 35,000 that I put into contingency because it's a way for you to come up with money funds to do something and you don't have to amend the budget.
Got it.
And because Tim hates budget amendments.
Can Jan leave now?
After one question.
Okay.
Jan, I don't remember which, was the CRA dollars or what dollars we were going to invest in, we were going to invest half of it into another CD.
I did.
We did.
Gotcha. Great.
$500,000 I took,
Okay,
and I could probably take more, which I'll review after, let me get.
sure, right,
get that.
absolutely.
Yeah, I signed the paperwork on the
Cool.
CD last week.
Yeah, and I took another $1 million out of general fund and invested that at 4.75%.
Cool.
As well as CRA.
Okay, great.
So, I don't want to say we're rolling in the dough.
No,
It
but
feels
we're
like-
going the right direction. though.
Absolutely.
Cool. Cool.
And it's a way to build up your reserves, and at any point in time, you can have me move money out of unrestricted and put it into either an existing reserve or another reserve that you want to establish. And we could, set some parameters on the use of that, such as a road reserve. So it's something, to look for in the future.
Sure. Gotcha. Thank you, Jan.
Anything
You're-
else? Okay, Jan, go home.
Oh, thank you.
Seriously, Jan.
What are you doing over there? Okay,
Back it up, Jan.
I am.
all right. I guess, item number 10, are we through with the budget now?
I think so.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm really thinking I can get your rollback rate. If I can't,
let us all know if,
I'm gonna let you know. As soon as I have all this, you're gonna get copies of everything and you'll know what we're going into public hearing.
okay, good
Just
deal.
Keep in mind, if you adopt,
Insert
if you
disclaimer.
adopt.
It would be fun to talk about the budget all night,
If-
but we got number 10 coming up.
If you want to adopt the rollback rate at your meeting next week, you cannot go higher.
I understand.
Okay.
That's the reason I want to make sure you get all the little schedules figured out.
I'm gonna.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you,
all
Jan.
right, number 10, Blue Run Park Restroom Agreement. Andrew Hand.
Yes, council, I can, pardon me. I can speak
Still
to
out
this
there,
one.
Andrew?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now, yes, if you speak up.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. My voice is still a little weak, but I'll do the best I can. I don't have much to say about this one. I have prepared some comments that I've submitted to Mandy. I don't know if you all have a copy in front of you at this time, but essentially the agreement is just a bit outdated and there's some missing information that needs to be inserted into the agreement. And I did make some recommendations as far as mutual indemnification instead of a one-sided indemnification. The point being that before the city, I think, before we can recommend that the city sign it, it just needs to be updated. It's an old agreement, or at least an old draft that doesn't contain all the information it needs to. And so it doesn't impact whatever the city wants to agree to. It just reflects an agreement that is not yet complete, and I've identified the information that would need to go into it to get it there.
We're still having a meeting with the commissioner next week, right? Have they both signed up? I think the 13th.
Yes, the 13th, Mr. Couillard and Commissioner Bryant both said that they could be here on the 13th.
Okay.
I did that agreement from Andrew with some of his comments. And I have not sent that back to the county yet. And didn't plan to until we have some sort of consensus as to whether or not we're going to move forward with funding anything for the bathroom.
Right.
Because it might be a moot point.
I agree.
The agreement may
I
not
agree.
be necessary if council decides that you're not going to contribute toward the funding. That may result in the county pulling out and saying, we're not going to do it. And then you don't need an agreement. So
Right.
we're kind of just sitting on that until some sort of decision is made.
Okay. I would say we wait until after the meeting on the 13th to, I mean, I think we're going to tell them what we think and get their reaction. And they may not have a reaction right then. They may have to think about it.
Right.
But I would say not move forward, but I'd like to see what Andrew marked up.
I'll share it with you all,
Okay.
but I didn't see any point in passing it back
No.
and forth to the county until,
No,
unless it became necessary.
no, not unless they've really started screaming about it. No, let's just hold off and we'll send it to them after the meeting next week.
Okay.
Y'all good with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, number 11, is that all, Andrew? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get this out the way. Resolution, salary, that's what you handed us first thing we got here, right?
Yes, that is the resolution amending the personnel manual for the salary plan
Mm-hmm.
and something really quick.
Not in here somewhere. Oh, that's this thing. Got it.
Okay, so what you'll see is the underline and straight through version of the exhibit showing the changes that were made.
Okay.
What I did, as I think I mentioned to you all before, reached out to some other cities. It was very disappointing that I didn't get as many responses back, thorough responses back as I had hoped.
Mhm.
Williston, I would really hope to hear from. They didn't respond in Inverness. So, but I did get Crystal River and I got Bellevue. And I just did an analysis of those positions and salaries and compared them to our positions and what I know are required, and where you might have a finance director in Bellevue who is, working, she's supervising an assistant finance director and, an accountant position and utility billing, staff. So I had to, you can't compare apples to apples. So I kind of had to take some averages, do some massaging, like really examine what our positions are here compared to other positions in the other cities. And I can't, I started at the bottom, started with the service worker one being the new minimum wage at $15 an hour and adjusting all of those salary classes accordingly. If you'll notice, we did add a part-time staff assistant position at Public Works. Right now, that position is being filled with an AARP member. But we decided to put some money in the budget so we can ensure that if something happens with that program, that we're able to fill that position. And we would like to have someone on a more permanent basis over there, that we're not at risk of turnover and losing that person and that sort of thing.
Right.
The next one that you'll see, part-time staff assistant police, that just moved from down below, where it was in a different category. We have a new position, not really new position, but it's the planning assistant is now a planning and zoning permit clerk, and I am working on job descriptions for these. That would be basically what Kelly was doing, but not some of the more higher level stuff that Kelly was doing. We go down, we eliminated the working coordinator position and basically said, we're eliminating the working coordinator and replacing it with a part-time staff assistant is what we did there. It was kind of just a switch. Code enforcement officer, we're taking that out. Is that what I heard? Taking that out.
Ma'am.
Okay. Then, the community development manager position, we're now going to reclass that as a planning and zoning supervisor. So that will be the position that Kelly is currently in.
Okay.
I did take out the bargaining unit members, police officer, police corporal, and police sergeant. And because they're covered by the bargaining unit contract, not by our personnel manual. And I think if we want to at some point incorporate that into the personnel manual, in addition to it being in the bargaining unit contract, we can do that by separate resolution and say, these are the salaries as adopted, by the bargaining unit agreement.
Okay.
We did create the position of public works field supervisor, which we had been talking about all along, that Matt was basically more of a position like we used to have in the budget, like a crew leader, where he's out, overseeing the staff in the field. So Chad can be on top of those more management level positions, attending meetings like he needs to be doing and that sort of thing.
Doing code enforcement.
I knew that was coming. And then
Slipped it in.
so the police lieutenant and the chief are not in the bargaining unit. So the salaries that are represented in this are the salaries that were proposed by the bargaining unit schedule that what's his name?
George.
So even though he was only representing bargaining unit members, he
shared that information.
also provided us recommended salaries for the non-bargaining unit member positions, so not to have them, compressed. So those are the ones that I use, and I know you hate that word. I even took that word out of this resolution because just because of you. So, and then let's see, what did I do here? So I got the lieutenant and the chief. And then because I don't know who I am anymore, I
Notice that. Your city clerk, HR manager.
I took the average of the salary, the beginning salary that was in here for the city clerk and the beginning range that was in here for the city administrator. And I averaged the two and came up with a new beginning range.
Okay.
Same with the ending salary. I really didn't know how to do that. I mean, it's like I said, it's hard trying to do something like this when it's me personally. Hold on. It says my recording was aborted. If Jan talked too much, it shut off.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like getting 9 o'clock.
So that's how I came up with all that. And I have notes on everything. If anybody wants to sit down with me and try to understand where I came up with these numbers, Tim and I sat down and went over them last week. And I came up with this resolution. And what is sort of paired to this is what I did is I came up with these new ranges. I added 1% for years of service in the position, so I didn't come up with that bad word. And But it skewed, no, I'm sorry, I did total years of service because that just wasn't working. So at the end of the day, it only affected 4 people. And your initial cost, including taxes and benefits to implement these new wages would have been $8,700.28. But like I said, I had messed with the hours and the rate of the part-time admin at Public Works. We had them in there for 32 hours a week, but if we do that, we have to offer health insurance. So we had to bring it back to 28. That offset it. And we established that beginning rate of pay at $15 an hour. It was in there at the rate of the working coordinator. So we put it back to that 15. That was a $5,500 savings. So it resulted in a little over $3,000 impact to what your salary and benefit budget is as it stands as of the last meeting. And Jan's already made all these changes. So whatever you got today includes the changes that I just discussed. And so all of that would be effective October 1st. Along with this resolution.
Have you communicated this with the staff?
No, because I want to make sure I
okay.
have your support and
No,
move this forward.
I don't see a problem with it. I just want to make sure we get these salaries adjusted.
Right.
That's
And it
been my
only
big
affected those
push.
people who I think it really should have affected and it needed to affect.
Right. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah.
Okay. Chief, let me ask you a question. Your people are under this union agreement. Do you care if they're in this where we lay out everybody, or do you feel like what I'm trying to ask is with your policemen covered under a union agreement, if they have any questions about what their pay is, they can just go to that agreement, right? That's right. Okay, so they don't need to be in here. Where you and Ron do because y'all aren't covered. I got it.
Another thought I had is I may go back in here and this exhibit and clarify that this is applicable, like salary pay plan classification for non-bargaining unit members.
Right.
And just clarify that in here that you got to go look somewhere else.
Right. I just want to make sure they're going to be okay if they don't see themselves on here. And I would think they'd be fine with it, but I don't.
Yeah, they're gonna be fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Everything they do is gonna be based off the market.
right, right.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
their contract will trump this.
Right. Right. Okay.
Exactly.
So I'm good with it. I just want to make sure you running the department, I want to make sure you're comfortable and they're going to be comfortable. Okay.
So by virtue of approving the budget, you're going to approve these increases.
Mhm.
You don't have to do anything separate for that. And then we'll bring this resolution to you on Wednesday with an October 1st effective date.
I'm good with it.
I'm good.
I think we're all good with it. Okay. Good deal. Okay, that takes care of all that mess. All right, number 12, city council vacancy. No, if I remember right, we have, since this just happened less than a year ago, we can either ask for people to apply, be on the city council, or we can have a separate vote,
You can have a special election.
a special election. Again, we're about a year and a half or so, year and a quarter out from a mandatory election anyway. I would say we don't spend the money on election and just do the same thing. My only concern is whether we will get folks to volunteer for this vacancy. That would be my only concern. But I don't know how to do anything about that. I mean, what do y'all think?
No, I agree.
Okay, all right, then I'd say we advertise for people to start applying for this seat. Well, I think she had seat 5. And submit it, I would say, in the next 30 days, and let's see if we can't find somebody.
Yeah, we'll try to set a date that's a day or so prior to your next workshop, something like that, maybe that
Okay.
that week before. So we'll have some applicants at the workshop
Right.
for you to review. And
Okay.
then you'd be able to make an appointment in October.
Okay. That's fine. That's good with me.
And I'll review the code. If you don't have any applicants, you may be required to hold a special election.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking too. We probably would. See what happens.
So if nobody volunteers to do it, we're gonna have an election. And
But
they're
then
gonna
they gotta-
volunteer for that.
I know, it's government.
Well, yeah,
Gotcha.
everything's fine. I've got something to add to that, and I hope y'all will bear with me for 1 second.
That's gonna be a motion. Can we put that on consent,
Yeah,
to authorize staff to advertise for the vacancy?
okay.
All right.
With this, I know the rest of this month, we've got one meeting in a week, and we're probably gonna have budget meetings or get all this stuff for Jan figured out. I know with me, personally, I may be out part of the end of this month. And what I was gonna do, and I know there's only 4 of us now, that if we have too many people meeting, we really can't meet. And if I happen to miss a meeting, we still got 3 and we'd have a quorum, but if somebody else is out, there's gonna be a problem. Can we go ahead and make a motion? And I know we ran into this once before, when we got too many people out, only one person can vote on Zoom.
You have to have a physical quorum for a council member to be able to participate remotely. So as long as there's a physical quorum and the council has officially approved and said and found that an extraordinary circumstance exists and that you are authorized to attend remotely, then that can be done.
Well, if there's a quorum and there's 3,
You
you're
have to
gonna
have
have, it's not gonna be a tie.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't attend remotely unless there is a physical quorum
Of 3.
of 3.
Well, then it doesn't matter.
Right.
The 4th one's there or not.
Right.
Okay, never mind.
And you can't, and 2 in the quorum, so you can't have the 3rd.
Okay, so just disregard what I just said. Department head reports.
Okay, real quick, I don't have my evaluation format ready. Bear with me. I'll get to it, I promise.
Can we get a time frame?
Oh. I'm gonna say October.
October.
Well, I may even try to get something just to hand out to you at the meeting next week for you to just
Wow.
take a look at. I'll
Okay.
try really hard. Trust me, it's money out of my pocket and I'm trying my best.
Okay.
It's just other things just keep getting to the top. Council of Mendoza, you had asked me at the last meeting if I had any idea about Granicus, what that would, the short-term rental software, you had asked me to get some information on that. I did. And so just for the address identification, it's gonna run between $6,000 and $7,000. And the way that would work is they would go out and they go to like 70 plus platforms where STRs are advertised. And they pluck all this information and they apply all this technology, and they also have human resources that are verifying data and matching data to locations, addresses, parcel numbers, all this kind of stuff. So then they narrow that down by a shapefile. They take a shapefile of your city limits and then they put that over what they find and then narrow it down to what's inside the city limits. They have some other features. They have a 24-hour hotline. They have compliance monitoring. a registration portal and, mobile permitting and registration. Which, and when you pair all that together, it reduces the cost of each module. But if you do that, you end up with a bill annually. It's actually a subscription fee annually for all of those services of $10,630. And each one you pair off, the others are gonna go up. So if your minimum is gonna be between $6,000 and $7,000 if you were to go with the address identification solution.
And this, I just add, maybe, I feel like some of these ideas as we discuss them will be sort of short term. That's not something that we're going to need for many years, but it would just give us a solid start to be fair in identifying where everything is, and also maybe cut down on some of the labor of the city staff as we get this off the ground in a strong manner.
Yeah. So it's up to you if you want to look at something like this and consider it. Maybe a little bit further along in the process of working things out logistically, how things are going to work. Or you just, you don't do anything and you just, I guess, depend on people to be honest and come in and do what they're supposed to do. It's one end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I think the downside is to that we have had some short-term rental owners coming publicly and saying, hey, if we're going to have registration fees and we're going to do this, we want it even across the board. So I feel like this is one way that we really could keep it even across the board.
I don't see spending $6,000 a year to make their playground even across the board, though.
What do you mean across the board?
So if we don't rely on any software and we just rely on looking around our community, and we don't have anyone going out to the advertising platforms, how do we know how many we really have? And is it fair to the people who have gotten up and spoken and saying, divide the cost of this amongst us? So I think the question becomes, how do we, in a fair and systematic way, figure out where they all are? And to me, the software is short-term use for a long-term gain.
I think I see what you're saying. So you have the cost of the software that would identify the number of short-term rentals, and you divide that up among those people, and that's your registration fee.
Well, that's how we, if I'm not mistaken, that's how we had talked about it a little bit early on. And then a short-term rental owner came up and she said, well, what about this one? And what about that one? And how are you going to make sure that you're really fairly identifying these things? And that's where I saw the software coming in.
Well, the only problem I see with what you're saying is that if you're saying somebody's not advertising on the platforms, the software isn't going to identify them. It's just going to identify the people that are on the platform. So we're not going to ferret out anybody who's like going through word of mouth or something like that. I mean, unless somebody reports it.
I agree with what you're saying. And I do think that the software would be helpful in looking at the 40 or 50 sites. I mean, it would be great if it was just Airbnb and VRBO, but that's really not a reality. So I agree with what you're saying. And I think the software would help us take a holistic look. Just my opinion.
Okay.
I see what you're saying, but that's a lot of money. And I see how, the thing that gets me, it would be great for 1 year to capture this number. But that's expensive for 1 year. If we're talking about 50, that's over $100 a person. I mean, $100 on a short-term rental, just to get that 67 program.
I think it, and I know we're going to do it in the future. At some point, we need to sit down and do all the math.
Right.
Here's what registration is going to be. Here's what we can't charge. Because I was on the impression that all the attorney fees that we're working up to develop the ordinance are going to be passed on. That's just not,
Can't do that. Yeah.
can't do that.
Right.
We still got more money we're going to be spending to do the to figure out how to implement it.
Mhm.
So at some point, we got to do the math and see what direction we should be going.
Right.
I just don't want to cut too many corners from the start because I think that we put all this time and all this money into this ordinance. And if we move forward with the implementation
Right.
we're going to get something halfway.
Right. Right. Okay. Right.
It is a cost that you can pass through the registration. And I agree that it would capture, that the majority of people that are currently there. But I agree, I don't know if you need it long-term, although it does continually monitor and.
Right. So as people add, you get them for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just something that's food for thought, and then when we get closer to implementation, if it's something that you all don't want to prepare for now in the budget, you will have a contingency,
Right.
looks
Okay.
like, to pull from.
Right.
I'd be interested in how many staff hours it's going to take to compile all this information and put all this together. And, it's a stress on staff for sure.
Well, it would be impossible for us to identify. I actually did an experiment. And I think that's why I said, I think you've got to go with people getting reported. If you're not gonna do the software, people getting reported. We know, we already know of quite a few that have been identified. You know, if a neighbor comes and says, but to take a staff member and try to navigate these websites, I tried it. And I spent over an hour and I only found 12. I just did it just for my own benefit to say, if council looks at me and says, are going to be tasked with, staff is going to be tasked with going out to these websites and identifying these people. And it's literally, you got to have it on Google and zoom in, and then you got the property appraiser's map over here, and you got to match them up and look at the property record card. And the problem with that too is if I've already picked up one off Airbnb, then I hop over to VRBO, it's going to be duplicated. And I might not realize that until I get in there, look at it, so I'm saying, it's just, I think if council wants to be proactive, then it's going to cost you a little bit of money. But if you just want to, just let it take its course and hope that everybody comes in and registers and we just go that route and just address it as it comes to us, as people report people or complain about people, or we go to the state registry. That's another resource. You could go to the state registry and see who's registered there and identify people from that, but there's no guarantee they're going to be registered with the state either. So it's just something to think about as we get closer, how aggressive or not you want to pursue it.
And how
Yeah,
to, again, how to fulfill the short-term rentals requests of how are you going to do this fairly? And where's your data? How many times did we hear that? Where's the data? So this is, an opportunity. It does cost a little bit, but it's an opportunity for us to get the data and do it right.
Okay. Anything else?
So do you want us just like to bring this back to you when we start talking about the implementation phase, when we get some more stuff together on that? Okay. The only other note that I had was whether or not Chad was going to be ready to give anything out, any information on what you got from ADT. Okay, sorry. All right, you go ahead.
Okay, I just got a couple things. Picked up the new dump truck Tuesday, so we got that back. With that, we wanted to see if we could go ahead and have the rack body, and we have a 1500 pickup truck. We'd like to get them to Weeks auction. So we have to do to get that on, we can get them out of here. And the rack body's not running.
Now, you told me somebody else was doing it for cheaper.
We do have a card and stuff if somebody doesn't charge the municipalities for the auction.
Right.
That price goes to the buyer. If you want to try them, we have their information also.
I would try them because their fee was less and,
Zero for the municipality.
yeah.
All the cost goes to the buyer.
Yeah, you were telling me
We
about
can
that. I
reach out to
thought,
them
dang it,
tomorrow and talk to them about that.
that's a few bucks.
Yeah, if they get the same, do they get the same, amount of people volume that Weeks gets? Oh,
They
gotcha.
deal with, 10 more people, plus they do a bunch of online bidding and everything else.
Okay.
Like 3 or 4 sites are all hooked up to.
Gotcha.
Yeah, when you were
Get that
telling me
information
about
to you
that, I
so you can
thought,
look at it too.
yeah, I
they
think
cover
maybe we
them.
take these, you got the Dunn and another pickup truck, right?
Right, right.
Okay.
I'm not sure if PD has anything else they're looking to get rid of or anything, but we can check.
Okay.
Yeah, we just have them, if you want to try them out, or I
Yeah,
can get you
let's-
information, you look over, it, but they cover all over Florida. up into
Yeah, I'd-
Texas, and
I'd say let's try them with these two and
Yeah, see what happens.
see what happens
Their
and
contract.
and let's get rid of them.
No,
We don't need to keep insuring these things.
Mandy, do we need to do another resolution to get rid of the 2 surplus vehicles?
If they weren't included in the last one, then yeah,
No, that,
we have to do another one.
Yeah, the rack body and then our truck 11, the old pickup truck.
Yeah, we have to do another resolution, and there was something else that we talked about adding to a resolution next time we needed to do one. I can't remember what it was. Was it some of your stuff, Chris? Did you have anything else that you needed surplus?
We got like a bunch of computer stuff.
No, I don't know.
Do you have stuff, Mandy? You said something about filing cabinets or
Oh,
something like that
yeah.
back in there?
Yeah, we do need to get rid of some filing cabinets back there. But what were we talking about doing with those? Were you gonna take some of them? Did you need some of them?
I said something to the chief about he may want for inventory for confiscation stuff because they had locks on them.
Yeah, and I asked, they said no.
Okay.
You don't need any filing cabinets? Okay,
How
well,
many?
we've got a few empty filing cabinets that are just taking up room.
I was gonna say,
Because-
maybe just put them on Dunnellon word of mouth for $10.
Oh, we can't do that.
You gotta-
We have to.
Government, got a surplus.
Surplus
Oh,
them.
okay.
They would, we'd maybe get a little bit for them at Weeks, I'm sure. We get something for them. But, you know, over the past decade, as we've become more paperless, we've just cleaned out filing cabinets and they're just sitting there empty, taking up room. So,
Now, Mandy, Chad is going to explore using somebody other than Weeks.
okay,
You know, so 2 of you connect up to get the right information in the resolution.
and I will get with Chad, but
Yeah.
there's a reason that we use Weeks, and it has to do with us. We're piggybacking on another contract.
Gotcha. That's why I want to make sure you 2
Yeah.
connect.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Talked about it last time or not, about the quote we got back for the art gallery on the light switch and stuff like that. Okay.
Let's see.
Um,
no, you,
No,
I don't
no,
know what the number was.
Right.
Okay, oh yeah, they want to run that wire and put that light switch in up by the front door is $1,375 for that. Then another question that popped up to me too, when Rex said something about the art gallery, said they would paint the building, we bought the paint. I was kind of curious, are they painting the whole building or just their part of the building?
Good question to ask.
When we was looking at painting the building, it was do the whole thing because it would be mismatched and everything,
Yes.
so. Just a question I want to know.
That's a question, yes, we should ask them.
With the ADT system we brought up, if I could get it cheaper, I thought I could and I could. But when I was talking with the ADT and with fire marshal, he gave us the exact answer then, but what we kind of got a quote on that was lower was a residential system and a commercial building.
Mhm.
So the price would have been cheaper to put it in, but when it come down to our permit and our final inspection, if they would come back and say, no, this is a commercial building, you have a residential and you need this, the strobes, all that stuff, because it has to be fire system for a commercial building. That's where the price goes back up to 9,600, 9,700 for the intrusion plus the fire system. It's everything, because it's a commercial building, they can't just put a couple smoke detectors up. some reason we're okay with nothing in there, but if we just have a minor thing, not a commercial building. Only other thing we could have done was got the fire marshal to come and write us a letter that says we're okay and he approves the residential system in a commercial building. Chances of that getting done, the letter out, because then responsibility comes on to him that if something does happen. Expect it would be,
What does the fire marshal have to do with it? It's not a requirement to have anything.
once, but they file for a permit to put the system in. Once the
Gotcha.
system's in, it has to be inspected, and then once they do the inspection, they'll say the system's not adequate for this time. Back to going back and having this.
Okay,
Usually why it's okay with nothing, but
right.
higher if you want to have it in. Just the feedback I got from them. We did get the quote back on the generator and everything from the PD, with everything done, the pad transfer switches wired correctly, coming back just under 88,000. Generator and everything.
Okay.
I did talk to Mandy today, though, too. We do have another avenue to look at that we may be able to come up with something. I'll talk to her tomorrow and she'll give me information on that. Besides that,
And it seems like Jan put something in the budget for that. I can't remember. She was talking about the truck in the generator.
yeah, we did put that price in there just because we had to go off of, and if something comes up,
Right.
Okay, that's right.
we're covered.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
the one we got today has it in there.
Okay, good. Good. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Anything else?
Chief?
Oh, yeah. I'll talk to you back there. I forget. He's open.
Not a whole lot more to say other than, Sunday night, we did take over the road, so Dunnellon is, allowed the sheriff department to go back to the county, and we are now fully taking over the city.
All right.
We're not really short officers, we're just short officers being finished with training.
Got it.
So currently, the lieutenant and I both are working the road, working day shifts. But that should be taken care of in the next 3 weeks.
Okay, good.
So they get through training. Thursday, the 13th, the next council meeting. I'm hoping to have everybody here. We'll be able to see everybody and
Good. That's good.
know
I'd
who
like,
they are.
I'd like to meet some of
They
them.
know who you are. But that's kind of it. That's it for this report today.
Okay.
So
Just a question for you. Did the people at the Vietnam Veterans Wall, contact you
they did.
about an escort?
Yes.
Okay. He stopped and talked to me today and I told him I'd bring that.
Yes, and everything they want us to do is, at the moment, there's absolutely no way.
Who's asking me about an escort from Winn-Dixie into town? because
Yeah,
of-
what they're asking for is like 40 officers type thing, and it's like, I don't.
40.
What's just they want, like, here's and here's and here's and here's and here's and here, and then to stop traffic on Pennsylvania. Allow everybody to park in the bingo hall and block traffic for 200 to 300 people to walk across the road. So that's in the works of no.
Scale it
He
down.
just told me he had that one escort, had 500 motorcycles coming.
Okay, so
with
it's
them.
500 people that want to cross the road.
I was like,
Yeah,
talk to the chief.
so,
Wow.
so I gotta get with them and follow up with that, but everything that they wanted. There's no way they're gonna have to contract with the sheriff department or somebody.
Right.
We can get a couple red lights maybe. You know, and help them turn on the East Penn, but all the stuff that they were requesting, it's like, there's no way.
Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, good deal. Yeah, we'd like to meet all those guys if we can get them down there and gals.
They'll be here.
Good deal.
Yeah, my one guy, we got an interview tomorrow, as long as he can get here. So his current job, he's stuck in Des Moines. And his semi broke down and they've left him there for the last week. So
My God.
he's at the point now where he's like, company, I gotta go, your semi will be here. So
Right.
hopefully they got a flight out today and he'll be here tomorrow. So.
Okay, good deal.
uh,
All right.
Thank you, Chief.
Anybody got any council comments?
I do not.
I'll just say real quick, while both Chief and Chad are here, keep an eye on that new parking lot that the city put in behind Just a Cupcake. I tend to walk my dog over there a lot, and we've had several incidents of people dumping garbage. A landscape person did it once with all their old plants, and then more recently, there's an easy chair there with a bookshelf, and I know that a business owner had parked their broken RV there for a while. Often there's trailers, so that parking, it's right behind Just a Cupcake.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of times people are leaving trailers and vehicles there overnight that are broken. There's just a lot going on, everything except parking in the parking lot. So thanks for keeping an eye on it.
It's a Short Tower Road is what it is.
Short Tower Way, yeah.
Officer that's out tonight. Make circles.
Thanks.
Good deal.
I just want to ask Julianne, you brought up something about the signs at Pizza Hut. Is there ordinances about that?
Yeah, it's all of the signs that are stuck into the
Yeah.
ground like this, whether it's for records or pizza or concrete washing, sell your house. None of that is okay within the city limits.
Okay.
So I've been told not to pull them out myself. I know some people who do,
Yeah.
but they really pop up a lot. We used to just have hundreds of them. It was under control for a while, but now I see it's kind of ramping up again. So it's just a constant. I know our code enforcement is aware of it. Constant problem.
Okay, but so they're aware of it, and eventually the signs are gonna come down at the Pizza Hut?
You gotta move them, they were on public right of way,
Right.
which we told them they can't have no signs in right of way, yes, hold them all. Now they put them on the private property, the other side. Check and see if there's a number, how long they're allowed to have, but they did move them all over to the shopping plaza, which is private.
Right.
We're on the other side of the sidewalk and they moved them all off the road. So I told them they couldn't have them, and they pulled them all off the public right of way and moved them to private property.
Right.
I know it's just for a day when the blood bank comes, but then you have like 20 from the Pizza Hut, you have 20 from the
Yeah,
blood
no,
bank, and I mean, it's just
Right.
trash.
No, I was just asking because they just opened up a new rock shop across the road here in the little shopping center.
Mhm.
And I was asking the lady, I said, are you gonna put out a sign? And she said that somebody in the city told her it costs like $300 a month for a permit, to put a sign out.
There are permit fees associated with
Yeah.
signage.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad she got that message.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people in this town get excited about signs, but we won't go there.
Okay.
Okay. I have one comment. And Andrew, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. This thing about, changing the inspection stuff on vacation rentals, I've been sitting here thinking about it. I'm gonna ask you a question. What if we leave it in the ordinance the way we got it? And I'm not real sure where we ended up, but if we leave it in the ordinance, but we have an effective date when we are assured that every business in Dunnellon has an annual fire inspection.
So what you have right now, this is something we discussed a little bit before, and we can revisit it. You already have a delayed effective date of the ordinance going to,
Right.
I believe it's April. But what we've seen with Marco Island, some of the other ordinances that come out there, you can delay the ordinance in its entirety or portions of the ordinance, simply by resolution or simply not enforce it. So, if April, for whatever reason, doesn't work out, if the city's ready to go with the whole registration process, but for whatever reason isn't ready to conduct inspections, then sure, it can stay on the books, but the city can postpone enforcement of that portion of the ordinance.
Got it.
So, if it's not ready to go, then you've got flexibility there too, without having to necessarily remove it.
Okay. Personally, that's what I'd like to see. I don't like the idea of taking it out of the ordinance. We're trying to figure out how to get it back in there. But again, if we could have a delayed, I mean, I understand the short-term rental people side of it. Well, how am I going to get inspected if we don't have a way to inspect? So I get their side too, but if there's a way we could leave it in there and I knew we had a delayed date to like April. And then down the road, if we still haven't figured out how to handle the inspections, we just delay the inspection side of this further.
Absolutely fine.
Okay.
We need to vote on this next meeting, right?
Yeah,
And then at the special budget meeting, we have to vote again on it.
right.
Okay, so.
It'll be voted on.
So it can be done by.
That's the reason I'm trying to figure out, make sure there's a way to do it.
Your
Okay,
first reading will be on the 13th.
Right.
Your public hearing and final reading will be on the 27th.
Okay.
okay. All right. Okay. Nobody else has any comments? Andrew, you have any comments?
No, sir.
Good.
I'm ready to bid.
I think you're glad you didn't drive over tonight. All right, is that it for up here? All right, public comments. Dave, I know you're ready.
Dave Porter, 11835 East Blue Cove Drive in Dunnellon. Wow, the third quarter for the city of Dunnellon has been awesome. If you just think about all that's transpired, we've totally rebuilt our police department. And can you kind of feel the excitement? It was kind of cool for the chief to say, hey, look, everybody's wanting to get in, right? That's pretty cool. And with that, Chad's rebuilt the maintenance department a lot. We've gotten rid of a whole lot of old equipment, got some new stuff. And tonight, I could feel the excitement talking about budgets. And holy mackerel, that's hard to say. But the focus on basics and the focus on getting into the details and owning it has got us to where it's kind of exciting that we can get to the rollback rate and even have some extra money. And you can kind of feel the excitement even with Jan, right? Because she loves budgets, but even with that. But all of this really comes from this council getting down and getting into the details. So we're talking about how the issue with Penn Avenue has issues. Blue Run Park has issues. And so I just commend you on, with all the hubbub and all the stuff going on, that you still focus on getting real work done. And congratulations on that. So one last couple of last items. So we talked about budget and CRA money. I'd like to ask, can you consider looking at the traffic study of the historic district and the traffic pattern? Can that use CRA money? Because you're really enhancing the property value of those residents because they can no longer park on the right of way and stuff. But if you have a one-way traffic pattern, it would improve their property, and it surely does solve an issue. So I'd like to challenge you to look, can you use CRA money, and can we get it on the budget to do that traffic study for the historic district? Because I think that's really important for the business and for the residents. And then the last thing is, can you tie the renewal of business licenses when they come in and pay their renewal of business license? Can you tie that with asking them to show their fire inspection? I know you can't hold up the approval of their business license. I don't think you can do that. But if you tie that together, then we will cycle through as people renew their business license for them to prove that they've had the inspection. So therefore, if you go through the Board of Commerce and advertise that you're really pushing fire inspections on all the businesses, and even put it in the Riverland News, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Because the county has a contract to do our inspections for us, so we should hold them to that.
Right.
And have all those inspections done, because that's the right thing for
Right.
the people in Dunnellon for their safety.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Nope. Okay. Can I? Got a motion?
I second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Damn, this is a long meeting, 3-1.
I want to stay longer.
This was the longest meeting.
It's a bad joke, but are you gonna resign?
Huh? Yeah, and this where I throw a fit and quit.
You made a run.
All right.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Brutal night.
There won't be any donuts tomorrow
Good, my boss said I can handle it.
because I'm hoping he's heading to Jordan at 5 o'clock. And they don't open till 6. And y'all won't be here to pick them up. It's always.
I think she's slamming too many.
I was gonna tell you at the beginning of the meeting,
I know it's clear.
Aerosmith.
No kidding. No kidding. Oh, my God. Oh, Bonnie will be so jealous. You have a wonderful night.
She's like, knitting, he goes. Somebody, please. And then she's like, why are we